Hello my friends, my name is James and welcome to this Vue.js full course. Now I'm very excited to have this course live on the channel for no other reason than the fact that Vue.js is an absolutely brilliant, exceptional, marvelous, phenomenal JavaScript framework that just doesn't get enough attention. It's too cool for school. Brilliant color. Green is pretty nifty. But more importantly than that, it solves so many of the problems that we have with modern web development in very elegant and efficient ways that are very easy for you to learn. Now, the goal of this Vue.js full course is that it's totally beginner friendly and it takes you from zero to absolute hero, teaches you all of the core concepts and foundational knowledge that you need to go out and build your own absolutely amazing Vue.js applications and deploy them live to the internet. We're going to style as well everything we do in this application, so you'll probably learn a little bit about web development, but when did that ever hurt anybody? And in terms of what you need to be able to complete this course, not a lot. It's beginner friendly. Essentially all you need is a knowledge and understanding of HTML and CSS and some JavaScript, because after all it is in fact a JavaScript development framework. Now, if you're not feeling so hot flash on either of those, I have courses for both linked in the description down below so that you can go brush up on that material and then absolutely demolish and devour the Vue.js full course. The plan of attack is that we are going to together build a really cool project. It's a workout planning app. I've got a demo of it very shortly, and it's the perfect project for learning Vue.js because it perfectly demonstrates all of the core features that pretty much make Vue.js what it is. And it does so in a manner that creates a very gentle and gradual progression into the framework. So we can just very incrementally focus on one thing at a time. And before you know it, you will have developed a very sophisticated and intricate project. It would look absolutely great in a portfolio. You know, you could share the link with your family and friends, and it should be an ultimate learning experience. Now, just before we dive into some code and get started building with this wonderful framework, there's a few more things you should know. One, what do you do if you get stuck? Well, I've got you covered. 10 steps ahead. Linked in the description down below is the GitHub repo for this course, and it contains all of the code that we will be writing together. So if at any point you get stuck, you can go and compare your code to mine, figure it out what might be plaguing you, what might be going wrong in your code base, and if that doesn't work, what you can do is head over to the Issues tab inside of the GitHub repo and pretty much just explain whatever it is that you're struggling with, and either myself or someone else will come back, explain to you whatever is going wrong so that you may continue forth into Vue.js mastery. Anyway, I think that pretty much covers everything. Should be loads of fun. Vue.js is great, beginner friendly, gentle introduction, cool application. We'll do it together. Start from the very beginning. And hopefully you just have an absolutely brilliant time. I love Vue.js. I think it's an extremely clever framework and I look forward to sharing this adventure with you. So as always, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to smash the like and subscribe button so that I can continue to feed Doug a healthy diet. Now, just before we dive into the code, let's have a look at the project we're going to be building to learn this wonderful framework, Vue. We're going to be building a workout planner. Lo and behold, your boy goes to the gym. This is what I'm interested in. Now, essentially how this application works is we've got 3 pages. We've got a landing page to convert a user, a dashboard to manage all of the user information and data, what workouts they're up to, what they need to do next, and a workout page. Now, the landing page pretty much says what the app is about. We've got a clean little layout. It uses FantaCSS for the styling. We're going to be doing all of the layout and user interface styling together inside of this course, so that's pretty cool. The training plan follows the push-pull legs and repeat split, and then we challenge the user. Your challenge, complete all the workouts and track your progress along the way. Call to action button, a neat little footer to the GitHub repo. Now, if we click begin, it takes us to the dashboard. Now, the dashboard is where we welcome in a user. We have a daily tip. These rotate, so we've got loads of daily tips. It's kind of randomized which one shows up. And they've got 2 options from here. Either they can start the current workout that they're up to, or they have the plan just here. And obviously all of this is super mobile responsive as well, so we've got some nice responsive layouts. And if we click to start this push workout, that takes us through to the workout display. Here we've got the warm-up, we've got the workout, 5 exercises, we've got all the weights so you can track how much weight you're training for each set and rep. What we can do is also click on this little button right here, the question mark, and that brings up this tidy little modal with the name of the exercise and a description for every single exercise. And I spent absolutely yonks writing out the workout plan and all of the exercise descriptions so that you didn't have to, and it's a great resource that we can utilize to build this cool workout plan. For the modal, we can click on the backdrop and it closes it, or we can click the close button to come out. It's also super interactive and clever, so if we haven't completed a workout, the complete button is hidden. If we do, then we can complete it. And either way, we can save and exit, refresh the page. All of our data is persisted. I can then come back and complete the workout, and it unlocks the next pull workout. If I click start workout, it takes us straight through to the pull workout because that's what we're up to. When we get through all 30 days, we officially gain access to the reset, and that sets us back to day 1. You can continue tracking all of your stats. And finally, once we've built this project inside of Vue, learning all of the core concepts and foundational knowledge about the Vue.js framework that you need to know to go and build your own amazing applications, we deploy the application to the internet so that you have a link. You can add it to your resume, you can throw it in your web portfolio, you can share this fitness app with all your family and friends, you know. Absolutely wicked. Anyway, with that all said, how about we now dive into the code and embark upon our grand adventure into the realm of Vue.js together. Alright, it's time for us to start learning some Vue. Now, to get started writing our Vue project, the first thing we need to do is actually initialize a project. Now, the way that we do that with Vue is with a build tool known as Vite. Basically, you can build a whole lot of JavaScript frameworks using Vite, and we just use Vite to initialize our project directory. Now, to actually create our project, what I've got open just here is a blank Visual Studio Code editor window. Now, the reason we've got this blank window open is so that we can take advantage of the terminal. So here I have opened the terminal. Now, if you're not sure how to open up a terminal, you can typically do it via the folder options for Visual Studio Code, or you can do Control and the backtick key. If you want to know more about all the different Visual Studio Code shortcuts that I use on a regular basis, you can come over to vscodeshortcuts.smalljames.com. This will be linked in the description down below along with the Vite documentation. Anyway, just here we can see we have the commands for toggling open the terminal. So I toggled open my terminal, and now we can see that we're in the Mac Pro directory. Now, just in here is where we're going to type some commands so that Vite can build our project. But first, we're going to change directory, or at least I'm going to change directory into the folder that contains all of my coding projects. So for me, I'm going to type the cd command and then github2. Github2 is the name of the folder directory. Now, that step is totally optional. If you don't know where you want to keep all your projects, you're welcome to just skip it and keep them inside of the MacBook Pro root directory. However, for me, I like keeping them inside of a github2 project. So now that we're inside this directory, I can type the ls command. That shows you all the 101 million different projects I have already created. And we're about to create another. Now, the way that we use the Vite documentation to boot or initialize a Vue project is if I scroll down, we have the command right here. So we just type npm create Vite at latest. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to type npm create Vite at latest, like that. And then I can very simply just hit enter on that command. Now, obviously, you'll need Node and npm installed on your device. If you don't, there's links to install them in the description down below, along with Visual Studio Code. And once we've hit enter on that command, we're going to be prompted to name our project. And in this case, I'm going to go Vue.js-full-course. So that's going to be the name of the project. So I'll hit enter there. Then we'll be prompted to select a framework. Look at all these excellent frameworks. We're going to go with the pretty green Vue. Hit enter, then we select a variant. We just want the plain JavaScript. Nuxt is also pretty cool. It's kind of like the big sibling to Vue. I'm going to be making a course on that later, so if you want to be around for that, make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. We're just going to select the JavaScript variant, and that's going to create our project. Now, just here we have some commands to boot up our Vue project. But first what we're actually going to do is open it up inside of Visual Studio Code. So just up here, I'm going to click this open button inside of the welcome window. Equally, you can do this via the folder options. Go folder, open folder. Sorry, file, open folder. We're going to click open. I'm going to navigate to the directory that has all of my coding projects. So we can see it just here, GitHub 2. And at the top, we can see we have the Vue.js full course freshly created. Once I've selected that folder, I'm then going to click open, which is just there. And that's going to open up a new Visual Studio Code instance. And we can see over on the left-hand side, our Explorer window shows that we have the Vue.js full course open. And in here, we have a whole lot of new files and folders created thanks to Vite. Now, just before we start coding, this is a Vue course, and so I like to run over what exactly we have just here, what's important, what we can ignore and forget about for the moment. And I'm going to start off with the package.json. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the package.json, it's just a specs file. It's the specifications of the project. Now, it has a bunch of important information. For example, the name, the version, the type. To be fair, those aren't actually keys that we need to worry about. The interesting stuff is the dependencies and the scripts. Now, scripts, this development script just here is going to be very important because we're going to shortly learn how we can execute it to boot up our project locally so that we can work on it and then we can deploy it at the end of the course. And then we also have these dependencies. You can see just here that Vue is a dependency for our project, and that makes sense because we need Vue in order for Vue to take our Vue files and turn it into a web application. So that's essentially how the dependencies work. Now, since we have this new Visual Studio Code instance open, what I'm going to do is toggle open a terminal. We can see just here that we're already inside the correct directory. And I'm just going to type the command npm space install and hit enter on that. That is going to install these dependencies, everything our project needs for us to be able to develop it locally. Now that all these dependencies have been installed, we have a new folder just here called node modules. We're not going to be touching it, but that's where all of these dependencies, all of these npm packages have been installed and saved. So we've covered the package.json, we've looked at the dependencies and the scripts, and we've seen that all of these dependencies, once installed, get saved to the node modules. If we come down the bottom, we have a Vite config. We don't touch it. It's just something that Vite uses to configure or set up our project. We can close that. We have a readme.md. Now the readme.md is just a markdown file that can have any content you want. If you're putting this project on GitHub, I highly recommend writing out a project description, a project brief for this project at the end, plus that inside the GitHub repo, and then when someone visits your code base in your GitHub, they'll get a nice overview of what they're actually looking at, what the code is meant to do, what's problems and purposes it solves and saves. And if you're looking for a good template to write a tidy readme.md file, I have one linked in the description down below as well. Now we also have a package-lock.json, no touchy. We don't touch this file at all. We have a git ignore. This is important. We can specify what files we want Git to ignore. So if we were to publish this directory to GitHub, which we will inevitably do towards the end of the project, as that's how we're going to deploy it. If we wanted Git to ignore some files, for example, a .env file, which could contain a whole lot of secret keys, then we could say .env just in here, save that. And then any environment variables won't be uploaded to the cloud, to GitHub, where the world can see them and then hack you to absolute pieces. So that would be a pretty mighty great blunder. A very important file nonetheless. We're not going to be touching it. Then we have, saving the best for last, the public directory. That's just for serving up public assets. And now the two core entities. We have the index.html. This is a plain old index.html. It's a plain old HTML web page, static content. Inside here we have the head tags. They have the meta information about this page, and we have the body tags, which have some content, an empty div with the ID of app, and we also have a script. Now the script is inside the source directory. We can see just here it's saved inside source. So let's open up source. There's a whole lot of stuff in here, and we're looking for main.js, which is the script right here. Now, just before we have a look at that, we've got some folders in here. The assets, once again, that's just for serving up any static content, just like the public directory. And I realize this is a lot of information. Don't worry, this is just a very high-level, quick overview before we dive into it, and it all becomes a whole lot clearer. But we have the assets, we have components. I'll talk about components in a second. But yeah, the core files are the index.html, the main.js, and the app.vue. Now, fundamentally, how a Vue project works is we write out our Vue files, and we refer to them as components. A component is essentially just a building block, a isolated building block where we can build our application by putting all of these building blocks together. So it's a component, it's a part of our project, is compartmentalized into these components. Now we can have components within components. There's all sorts of component configurations you can have. We'll learn all about that very shortly, but essentially what happens is we saw earlier this index.html runs this main.js script. The main.js script takes this create app from Vue and it mounts it to a div with the ID of app. So it takes our whole app, where this app.vue is like the parent building block. So it's a container for our whole Vue application. It grabs that container, that app, and it basically injects it into the div with the ID of app, which is this div right here. So at the end of the day, when we run our Vue project, everything is going to be injected just in here, all of our Vue code, which is super convenient, and we'll see exactly what that looks like very shortly. So these are the critical three files. We have this index.html, we have a main.js, which takes our Vue, our app.vue, and anything that it contains, and it slams it inside this div right here. Cool. Let's boot up our application. Now, we've installed all of the dependencies, so all we have to do now to run our application is run this dev script inside of the package.json. And the way we do that is by coming into our terminal and we type npm run and we tell it to run the development script. So I'm going to hit enter on that, and that is going to boot up our application. For you, it's likely going to be on port 5173. For me, it's on localhost port 5174. I'm going to copy that URL, come over to my browser and paste it in. Hit enter on that, and we have a web page. Now, the interesting thing about this web page is that we didn't write it. So essentially what happens here is when you initialize a Vue project with Vite, they give you some generic boilerplate code. So if we come into this app.vue, you don't have to understand what's going on here, but there's a whole lot of code in here and we didn't write it. But essentially that's what's showing up on the screen. It's a little bit of an interactive application, and you know, we have the documentation for both Vite and Vue linked by clicking on these icons. Now, the funny thing about this is that it actually tells us how to get started building a project in Vue. We just need to edit components hello world. We're not going to do that because we're obviously going to create our own project, but that's pretty nice of them. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is gut our app.vue to the bare bones, the bare skeleton that creates this component that I talked about earlier. So I've gone ahead and removed everything inside of the script tags, the template tags, and the style tags. Now, as I said earlier, components are the building blocks of our application. So if I just show you some generic software, this is the one that I maintain, hire.sh, the resume builder, brilliant. Essentially, you can just break it down into building blocks. We have a hero section just here. We have a header component. It's just another building block. We have the entire page, which is its own component, and these become nested subcomponents. We have these other sections. For example, this resume viewer just here is a component. It's a building block, and I've slammed it inside of a bigger section that has some context about the resume viewer. So the moral of the story is that components are just these building blocks, and when we create a component, and we're going to be creating quite a few of them very shortly, we essentially have three things. We have script tags, we have template tags, and we have style tags. Now, two of the three of these, the script tags and the style tags, are native to HTML. They work exactly the same as they would in HTML. Well, almost exactly the same. We can see that the script has this little setup attribute that's very important for Vue. It basically creates a more powerful, more useful script. And we have the scoped attribute on the style opening and closing tag. That just means that any styles we write inside of this app component will be scoped to this component alone. Now the script is where we're going to write all of our logic, all of our interactivity is going to go inside of the script. The styles are going to contain the styles to make our app absolutely beautiful. And these templates are essentially the content. So any HTML that we write goes within the template. So a component without template tags essentially doesn't have any content, and Vue doesn't know what to do with it. Now, one thing to know about Vue that makes it infinitely cooler than plain old HTML, because obviously we're going to be writing HTML in here, but it's going to be better HTML, is that we can inject JavaScript directly into that HTML, which makes it 1,000 times easier to build super hyper dynamic, interactive, and super cool web applications, which is what we'll need for our gym app. We'll see how all of that works very shortly, but it's just important to know that a Vue component just has three constituent elements: the script, the template, and the style. Now, when it comes to creating applications, my favorite practice is to just think about it in my head. What components am I going to have? And components can be things as big as pages, or they can be things as small as buttons. So really there's a whole, there's a huge scale to componentry. The queues I typically use to determine whether or not I need to create a new component. One is if it's going to really be an isolated section. So for example, if I'm going to have a workout grid or a header section or a welcome section, or even an entire page, that's probably going to be a new component. And the secondary case is when I have repeated code. So let's say I need a button that's going to be used all over the place. Well, I can write that button as one component, and I can render it numerous times. So I can write it once and use it lots, which is a very efficient way to write clean code because it reduces the amount of duplicated code in our application. But we'll see what all of that looks like very shortly. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to create some components, and these are going to be the major building blocks for our application. So I'm going to start off with the pages. Inside of our app, we're going to have 3 pages. Now, a Vue application is a single page application, so that means there's no routes or paths. So essentially, these are just conditionally rendered screens. So the first conditionally rendered screen, and this is going to be our first component, so I'm going to right click on the components directory and click new file. The first one is going to be called welcome, and then we have .vue. Now .vue is the file extension to create a Vue file. And essentially, when we're making a component, it's super important that the component name is capitalized. So in this case, we have a capital welcome, or a capital W. Now I'm going to hit enter on that, and what I'm going to do is come into this app, copy these 3 core elements, the script, the template, and the style, and just paste them in. Now while we're in here, we also have this hello world.vue. This is an interesting component because it comes with Vite when we create our Vue project, and it actually demonstrates a lot of what we're going to be learning in this course. I'm just going to forget about it for the minute. But what I'm going to do to create a whole lot of components is I'm going to right click and copy this welcome.vue, and then I'm going to paste it. And I'm going to do that a whole lot of times to create a whole lot of components. So welcome.vue is going to be the first of 3 pages to welcome someone to our app. The second one is going to be called dashboard. So I'm going to right click and rename this Vue component, and I'm going to rename it to capital dashboard. And I'm going to hit enter on that. Then I'm going to paste another one. And this is going to be our third page. So we're going to rename this one, and this one's going to be called workout.vue. capital W, hit enter, and we now have our third page or our third component. Now you could technically create a subdirectory inside a components called pages, and I'm actually going to do that. So I right click on components, click new folder, create a new folder or a new directory called pages, and I'm going to take workout, welcome, and dashboard and move them all into the pages directory. So those are our first 3 page components created. Now what I'm also going to do is create a layout. Now a layout is a special component that essentially acts to wrap our whole application. And so it doesn't matter what page we're on, it will have a consistent header and a footer, because you can imagine that the header and the footer of a web page sandwich the content. So the content might change, but the layout as a wrapper will keep the header and the footer. I guess it would be this way, consistent. So we're going to right click on components, create a new folder called layouts plural. And what I'm going to do is right click on workout once again, copy it, and inside of layouts I'm going to paste workout, but then I'm just going to rename it to layout with a capital Vue. So now we have some components. Inside of components we have 3 pages, we have 1 layout, and they're just different words for components with a very special purpose, be that pages or wrappers. So now that we've created the pages and the layouts, let's just create the generic components. So what I'm going to do is click on the components directory and just paste in another workout. And this one is going to be called, so we're going to right click and rename this workout, and this one is going to be called grid capital G.Vue. Now grid.view is going to be the component that contains our whole workout grid with all of our little buttons for the different workout cards. So grid is going to go within the dashboard eventually. I'm going to copy grid and paste that, and then we're going to have another component. This one is going to be called tips.view. So I'm going to right click on that, copy, and create tips.view. Tips.view is going to have a whole lot of tips about living a healthy lifestyle and things that someone can do to get better results at the gym. That's also going to be rendered above the grid. We'll see obviously what this looks like as we build out these components, but this is important just to get started. And we're nearly ready to start building out some content. We just have a few more. I'll copy and paste tips. So right click, so Control C, Control V on tips. Rename this component. We're going to have one called rules.view. Rules.view is going to be all about when a user clicks on a particular workout, we're going to show them the workout, but more importantly, we're actually going to show them the rules on how to train effectively. So what rest, what weights, what repetitions, what tempo, all that kind of stuff. And then finally, I'm just going to copy that and paste it, and we're going to have one more. So I'll right click, rename it, and this one is going to be called portal.view. Now portal serves a very special purpose. It's going to be a very special component, and we'll come back and look at that later. But just like that, we have created a very nice folder directory for our Vue project, and this is going to set us up for success. But almost more importantly, it's a really good visualization exercise to get us started building out our Vue project. We can really imagine what's going to go on. So we've got 3 pages there wrapped within a layout. We've got a workout grid. We've got a portal. The portal is going to actually be a modal overlay that's going to have some exercise descriptions. We'll learn more about that later. We've got a rules section to explain what the user needs to do. We've got some tips to tell them how they can train more effectively. And all of that is going to be rendered within the app. Now, as I said earlier, the app component is the parent. It is the root of all of the subcomponentry. So any components within the app are known as nested components. They are nested within, they are the children too. And obviously we can have different tiers of nested componentry. For example, I can have the dashboard rendered within the app, and then I can have the grid within the dashboard, and so on and so forth. All that good stuff. But componentry is just a brilliant way to really compartmentalize your project and also just isolate the logic. Instead of having 1,000 lines of code, I know that, I need to change something in my grid. I can just come to the grid component and all of the logic is right here in a couple of lines, nice and tidy. Anywho, now that we have the componentry done, there's just 2 more things we need to do before we're ready to build out the code. One is inside the source directory, we're going to create a new folder. This one's going to be called utils. And inside of utils, we're going to have a new file, and that's going to be index.javascript. Now this file is going to have all of the utility that we need for this app, and there is a lot of it. And what I'm going to do is copy across all the content that I have written out for this particular plan. Hundreds of lines of code. You should be thanking your boy, because this took me ages. All of these workouts created from my own experience, the descriptions and everything. I figured you probably wouldn't want to do this in a Vue full course because it would take a good many hours. But you can see how we just have a whole lot of utility. So we have all of the workouts pre-planned, so we can just build the application around them. If we scroll down, we also have a whole lot of descriptions for every single exercise. So if a user is not sure what an exercise is meant to do, they can just open up the description for it. And finally, we have some fun little gym health facts that we can show up and rotate through. Now, I copied this from the GitHub repo. The GitHub repo is linked in the description down below. Head over to the Vue full course, come into the source directory, into utils, look for the index.js, and you can either download that file or just copy the content into your own index.javascript file, ensuring it's within the utils folder. We can now save that file. And if you're a legend and star the repo, that would be super appreciated. Now that we have all the content ready to build out our app, the very last thing we need to do is get FantaCSS in the project. Now in this course, we're going to be styling all of the layouts, but I'm going to use FantaCSS for the elements design. Now you can get FantaCSS once again either straight from the GitHub repo for this course, or you can head over to fantacss, fantacss.smalljames.com. That will be linked in the description down below as well. Come over to the GitHub repo. Here we can see we have FantaCSS. If you want to start this repo as well, that would be legendary. I'm going to click on FantaCSS and I'm going to download this file, and I'm going to download it into our Vue.js full course and into the source directory. And just here we can see we have a styles.css. I'm going to save it adjacent to that styles.css. So now that I've downloaded that, we can see that shows up inside of the source directory. Just here we have a fanta.css alongside the styles.css. I'm just going to come into the styles.css and gut it. This is going to have very few styles in here to style our app. Most of them will be inside of these scoped style tags. But the last thing, very last thing we need to do before we're ready to actually start writing some code is just make sure that FantaCSS is applied to our application. And we can do that the exact same way styles.css was applied to our application by coming into the main.js. Here we can see we have an import line. This is where you import your global CSS sheets. So I can just create a new line under styles.css and say import string./fanta.css. Now that is going to apply these styles to our application, and we are good to write some code. We can actually confirm that it's working because the background will have gone a dark color thanks to FantaCSS. So now that we have set all that up, let's start off building page number 1, which is the welcome page, the introduction to our application that is going to inform a user of what the application does and why they should use it. Alrighty, so we've finished setting up our project directory. Very important if you want to have a successful project outcome. Let's start writing some code. So we're going to start off inside the app.vue, which has these 3 core elements: the script with the setup attribute, the style tags with the scoped attribute, and our template, which contains all of our content. Now, getting something to render on the screen is as simple as creating a div inside the template that says hello. Well, actually, let's say this div contains an h1 that says hello world. Save that, and look what comes up on our screen. And we can make this extra pretty, and we can give it a class of text-gradient, and now it's a beautiful text element. And that's pretty much it, really. The template just contains the content, and in here we just write HTML. where we can also inject JavaScript, and we'll learn how to do that very shortly. Now, obviously, this is not the content that's going to go inside of our application. Inside of our app, the subcomponents to our app are going to be our pages, and then our pages are where we can flesh out what content is to be expected on every page. Now, one last modification before we start work on the welcome page is I'm actually going to come into FantaCSS, and I just want this app to be light mode only. So on line 66, what I'm going to do is select all the code down to line 113 and comment out that media prefers color scheme dark. I'm going to comment that out. And that's going to ensure only the light theme is applied. Now, obviously, you could have either, you could keep both, and then it's up to the user to, figure out which theme they want. I'm going to force it to be a light theme, but you can make that executive decision. So here we have our beautiful blank application. Now, we also have all of these components and our pages, more specifically, and we need our welcome page. So how do we get our welcome page to show up? Well, if we come into welcome.view, let's say I create a div in here that has a paragraph that says, hello, welcome. Well, if I save that, that's not showing up. That's not coming up on the screen. So how do I get it to show up? Well, what I need to do is I need to render this welcome.view component. And the way that we do that is we come into the app. We're going to render it inside the app because remember, this is the root node for all of our subcomponentry. This is the container for our entire application. And so we need to render it in here. And we render out components essentially just as if they were HTML tags. So just here, I can have welcome, and you render it by its name. So this is a capital welcome, so I can render out a capital welcome. Now if I go ahead and save that, nothing shows up, and that's because we haven't imported it. So there's two steps to rendering out a component. The first part is obviously rendering inside of the template, just like we have here. In this case, I made it a self-closing tag, but you could also give it a corresponding closing tag. There is a distinction, and we'll learn the difference shortly. I'll just leave it with the closing tag for the second. But now we need to import welcome from /components/pages/welcome.view, and that's a capital W. And so now that I have in fact imported this component and I've rendered it out, we can see that hello welcome, that's not what I meant to write, hello welcome, shows up on the screen. Happy days, absolutely brilliant. And that's pretty much it. Congratulations, you have now rendered out your first component. Now the welcome component is actually relatively straightforward, and so what we're going to do is remove this little div that I created for demonstrative purposes, and we're actually going to create a section because sections have better semantic meaning inside of HTML. Sections are like, a section of content, and we can kind of think of a page as being a really big section. Now this section is going to have an ID equal to welcome. The ID attribute is going to be a unique value, and we can just add that to the opening tag as we always would. And inside here, what we're going to do is start off with a div that has a class equal to benefits. Now just before we write some content, one thing I want to explain is that when I'm building out interactive web applications, the way that I do it is I start off adding the content, static content, so it's not interactive, it's just static. Then I style it, and then at the end I make it interactive. So we're just going to start off throwing some content on a page, style it to make it look pretty, and then last we're going to make it fully interactive. So we have this div with the class of benefits. Inside here we're going to have an h2 header text element. This is going to say complete this program. Then we're going to have a self-closing break tag to enter the text on a new line, and then we're going to continue the h2 that says if you want to. Then we're going to have the triple dot. So complete this program if you want to. Now once again, obviously this doesn't look so hot flash, but we will get to styling it very shortly. Underneath this h2 we're going to have a div. This div is going to contain some paragraph items, and the paragraph is going to start off with the green tick. Now if you don't have access to this emoji, you can copy it from Google, or you could copy it from the GitHub repo. If you want to copy it from the GitHub repo, you'll just need to come into the source directory, components, pages, and then welcome.vue. And once again, the GitHub repo is linked in the description of this course. So we're going to have the tick inside the paragraph and then a space, and this is going to say, follow a simple program with proven results. Whose proven results? I'm just going to go ahead and say mine. And then what we're going to do is copy this whole line and paste it 3 times, because we're going to have 3 incentives to get a user to use our application. So this is pain point number 1. People want a simple program with proven results because, you know, they don't want complexity. So that's the first selling point. The second selling point, I'm going to empty that line, is going to say get fit, comma, healthy, comma, strong, comma, or strong and absolutely shredded. That's also a pretty big selling point if you, in my personal opinion. And then finally, point number 3, we're going to empty out this text, this third paragraph, and this is going to say, learn more about gym, comma, training and technique. Also very important. So these 3 elements are going to be our 3 selling points, and if I save this, we can see that text shows up just there with a nice little list. So the user is going to complete this program if they want these things. Now underneath this div, with the class of benefits, we're going to have another div, and this one is going to contain an H3 typography element, and this is going to say the training plan. And then underneath the H3, we're going to have a paragraph that says this training plan follows a structure known as the, and then we're going to throw in some strong tags to embolden some text. Inside the strong tags, still within the paragraph, we're going to have a capital bro split. If you didn't know that, the bro split is a push-pull legs training rotation. And then we're going to have a full stop. And then underneath the paragraph, we're going to have an H5 tag that contains some italic tags to italicize the text. And then we're going to have a push. Then we're going to have an ampersand RARR semicolon. This entity right here is the HTML entity for a right arrow. Then we're going to have pull, ampersand RARR for another right arrow, and then finally we're going to have legs, ampersand RARR right arrow, and then we're going to have the word repeat. So just like that, we are going to get the training plan showing up. So this training plan follows a structure known as the bro split, and then we pretty much explain the bro split. So it's push, pull, legs, push, pull, legs. Now finally, we have one more div underneath, just above the, still within the section, and this div is going to have a class of card, and this is a FantaCSS element. So you can see as soon as I save this div with a class of card, we get this nice card showing up, and this card is going to have an H3 text tag. In here I'm going to inject the flame emoji because I love a good flame emoji, and this is going to say your challenge. This is how we're really going to engage the user. Underneath the H3, we're going to have a paragraph that says complete all the workouts and track your progress along the way, exclamation mark. Underneath that paragraph, we're going to have another paragraph that says do you accept, question mark. And then finally, we're going to have a button tag that's just going to say begin, ampersand RARR for another right arrow. And then I'm going to save that, and that creates our 3 divs, where the last div is a card and it's got the little challenge. So this is kind of like our hero section. When a user comes to the page, we quickly explain what the application does. We tell them a bit of information about what they're getting into, and then we entice them. We're like, well, come on, what are you waiting for? And then eventually when we click begin, we'll swap out the pages. And once again, that's not going to take them to a literal new page. We're just going to conditionally render the pages, which means that the page rendering, the page showing up, is going to be dependent on a condition. We'll learn all about that shortly. That's something really cool that you can do inside of JavaScript frameworks such as Vue very easily. But we'll touch on that shortly. For the minute, it looks pretty shocking. Obviously, FantaCSS has given us the bare bones styles for some of the elements, such as this pretty button just here and this card. But we need to write some scoped styles. So just in here, the first thing I'm going to do inside of the scoped styles is start off by selecting the welcome, the tag with the ID of welcome. So that's going to target this section. And then I'm going to comma, I'm going to select a couple things here. We're going to select .challenge. So .challenge is actually meant to be on this card. So this div with the class of card needs a second class after the card. So this is going to say challenge just in here. So it's card space challenge. And then we're going to select .benefits to select the benefits class, which is this top one up here. And the reason we select all of them is so that we can give them all a display of flex and a flex direction of column. Saves us having to write that code a whole bunch of times. So now that we've got some flex containers, we can apply some gaps to space out our elements. And also, if you want to brush up on your flex box, I've also linked a flex little wee mini course in the description down below. Anyway, now what we're going to do is target the welcome section. So we're going to have pound to select by its ID, pound welcome. In here we're going to give this a gap of 1.5 rem. That's just going to space out these elements so we can see we have a bit of spacing just in there. Underneath the welcome we're going to target .benefits to select that class, and we're going to give this a gap of 0.5 rem. That's going to give us some space between this text and these little ticks, or that little list section. And then finally we're going to target .challenge, so the class challenge. That's going to select this element, and we're going to give that a gap of 0.25 rem. So just a tiny bit of spacing between these elements. Now the biggest problem we're having at the moment is that our application has no form, shape, or size. And all of that is going to be done within our layout. Now the layout is critically important because it's the wrapper for our entire application. So technically the app is going to be the root, the top parent element. However, all the content within the app is actually going to be encapsulated within the layout. So the layout is actually the second component we're going to work on. Now that we have the welcome page semi-complete, we'll come back and revisit a few things later, including making it interactive, because currently none of the stuff actually does anything. We're just going to figure out how we can quickly get the layout working, and that's going to massively make our application look way better. So inside of our template, we have that silly hello world. Let's get rid of that. And that leaves us with our welcome tag. Now what I'm going to do with the welcome tag, and once again, this is inside app.view, is I'm going to remove the closing tag and instead make it a self-closing tag. And there's a good reason for that. As you might have noticed, we had a closing tag, but we didn't actually have any content inside the opening, welcome, and closing tag. Instead, all the content was written in the actual component. So why then would you need a closing component, a corresponding closing tag? Well, I'm about to show you. I said that our layout is going to wrap our entire component. So let's go ahead and render the layout, and let's render it with both the opening and closing tags. Now, obviously, we're going to need to import layout from string./components /layouts/layout capital layout.view. That's going to import our layout. Now, currently, nothing comes up. But I said that our layout is going to wrap our entire application. So technically, it needs to encapsulate this welcome component. So what I'm going to do is enter the layout opening and closing tags, or opening and closing component tags, onto different lines, and I'm going to put welcome sandwiched in the middle. And so this is going to mean that welcome is technically a child element to the parent layout component tags. Now, we've officially sandwiched welcome within layout. Watch what happens when I save this. This is really important. Where'd all my content go? my application went blank. And that is a very important concept inside of Vue. So essentially, you only have the corresponding closing tag when you are creating children elements. Now, if we look at welcome, technically this is what I'm going to call children contents, not children elements. What children elements are, essentially now this layout has a property where that property is known as the children. So what we now need to do is come into this layout, and once again, this can take a second to wrap your head around it, so just give yourself a minute. The more we do it, the clearer and more comfortable it will become. But within the template, inside of our layout.view, we now need to tell this component that it has children contents, and more importantly, we need to specify where they should be rendered. For example, in here, I could have a header tag, and this header we could open up onto some new lines, and it could contain an h1 that says smallgram, and I could give this h1 a class that says text-gradient. That's a FantaCSS style, and now we have a header coming up. And this header is really important because, as I said earlier, the layout is going to contain the header and the footer elements that are going to be consistent irrespective to the page that is displayed. So we're really going to need that. And so suddenly you can see that when we have children contents, we actually need to explain, well, does the children contents go before the header? Does it go after the header? Where does it go? Well, if we were thinking about what the layout would look like, we're probably going to have a header tag, we're going to have a main tag, and we're going to have some footer tags. These are the core semantic elements that construct pretty much every HTML document. And since the header and the footer are part of the wrapper, it's intuitive that they wrap the main. So the main is likely where the contents would go. So we've given this layout the children content. We've said just in here, okay, well, the contents is going to be whatever page that's rendered within the opening and closing layout tags, which is currently the welcome. So now what we do inside the component is we tell the component to expect that children contents, and we specify where to render it using the self-closing slot element. Now, once again, very important concept. We're going to see this time and time again with different elements inside of this course. So we'll get to practice it absolutely loads to make sure we're really confident on how it works. But the moral of the story is that now that I have this self-closing element, this essentially assumes the form of whatever is wrapped within the opening and closing layout tags or parent tags. And we could throw in here, we could actually have the dashboard. I could have the self-closing dashboard component. I could import dashboard from /components/pages/dashboard.view. Now I've imported the dashboard, and it's currently blank, so that's absolutely fine. But we need the layout to also wrap the dashboard. So what I would do is throw it alongside the welcome within the opening and closing layout tags, and this is all within the app.view. Save that, and now our layout is going to wrap both the welcome and the dashboard. And so once again, slot, what is slot going to be? Well, slot is going to be both these things now, because it's just whatever children content is sandwiched between the opening and closing tags. And you have to forgive me for harping on about this concept. It's a little bit, can be challenging to wrap your head around it. We're going to practice it lots, but it's very important. So essentially the slot just says, okay, this is where I need you to receive and consequently render out the children contents. So now as soon as I save this, all of the content is back because I've told the layout where to render the content. Now the cool thing about this is that we can now style our layout. Obviously the layout is the wrapper for the application, so it's going to contain a lot of the wrapper styles. So what we're going to do inside of the layout is quickly style some of the core elements in addition to creating our footer. So to start off creating our footer, inside the footer we're going to begin with a small tag, and this is just going to say created by. Now we can see that shows up down the bottom which is really cool because we've literally sandwiched our application between the header and the footer, just like we have here. Here's our application, here's our header and our footer, and it doesn't matter what page is shown, the header and the footer will always wrap our application. Now underneath this small tag, what we're going to do is have an anchor tag. This is going to have an href to the GitHub repo, so we'll come back and update this later. For now, it's just going to say https://www.github.com. And I'm going to go to my GitHub repos, so James MCA, so /James MCA, where James is a Z instead of an S. Now don't worry if you don't currently have a GitHub, we'll look at how we can do that later, but it's going to be important when we go to deploy our application. Now this anchor tag is also going to have a target attribute, and that's going to be equal to _blank, and this is just all HTML, plain old and simple. If you want to brush up on your HTML, I've also got a course linked in the description down below for that. And I'm going to now create the corresponding closing tag. So we've got our attributes for the anchor. Now the anchor is going to have 3 children elements. One is going to be an image tag that has an alt of PFP for profile picture. And what I'm going to do for this profile picture is just come to my GitHub page. I've got a picture right here. I'm going to open the image in a new tab, and I'm going to click on this URL right here. So pretty much you just need any online image URL. For example, you could also come over to LinkedIn. You could use a LinkedIn profile page. So we just come to the image right here, right click, copy the image address. Any of these web addresses will be fine for the actual picture, and that's going to become the source attribute for the image. And once we have the source and the alt attributes, we can self-close this image tag, and that is our image complete. Underneath the image, we're going to have a paragraph. Now, since we're going to be linking GitHub, it's just going to be our GitHub username. And then finally, we're going to have an icon. We can't add icons just yet, but we will be able to very shortly. And I'm going to save that and come back to our application. And here we have a really weird looking anchor tag, a large image, and a little link. Now, that's most of the content. We can quickly go ahead and style it. What we're going to need to style it is we're going to begin by styling the header, main, and footer elements, because that's pretty much everything in our whole application. So we're going to select them all. I'm going to go header, footer, main, comma separate the 3 of them, and inside here we're going to give them all a padding of 1 rem. We're going to give them a width of 100%, a maximum width of 700 pixels, and when that max width applies, we need the application to center itself. For example, if I just save that, we can see currently it's limited to 700 pixels, however it's not self-centering. So we self-center it by giving it a margin of 0 vertically, but we automatically distribute the margin on either side. So that's going to slam it in the middle. And now we have a centered application that's super responsive on a mobile device. So it happily goes below 700 pixels, but as soon as it hits 700, right there, it stops growing and it just centers in the middle of the page. So underneath these styles, now we're going to make the footer look beautiful. So for the footer, I'm going to target the element directly. We're going to give it a display of flex, a flex direction of column. We're going to give it a gap of 0.5 rem, and that should make our little small tag sit on top of our image, which is good. Inside here, we're also going to align the items in the center. That's going to move everything into the middle. And then we can give it a padding of 3 rem top and bottom, 0 rem horizontally. And I'm actually going to give it a padding dash bottom of 4 rem. So I'm going to specify that explicitly. So now we have a big padding down the bottom, nice padding up the top, and our application is looking pretty. Just above the footer, I'm quickly going to target the main and give that a flex display or a flex parameter of 1. And that just means that our flex is going to occupy as much of the page as it possibly can. And then underneath the footer, we're going to target the anchor. So the anchor is everything, that's pretty much everything inside the anchor tag, which is currently the image and the text. Now the anchor, so we're going to go footer and then the anchor tag within the footer element. We're going to give it a display of flex. We're going to align the items centrally across the row. We're going to give it a gap of 0.5 rem. So now what that's going to do is put the text, this is our flex row, the text is alongside the image. Now we're also going to give it a padding of 0.3 rem, a padding on the right hand side specifically, we'll see why shortly, of 0.5 rem, so a little bit more. A background value that's going to be a variable amount, so we're going to have var and then the circular parentheses. And inside here, we're going to inject a FantaCSS variable, which is going to be --background -muted. So that's going to give it a slight color. We can see that color is applied there. Underneath the background, we're going to give it a border radius of 4 rem. We're going to give it a border of 1 pixel solid and a transparent color. A transition duration property of 200 milliseconds. So any transitions take 200 milliseconds to complete. And a text decoration of none because we don't want any underlines on our links. Now obviously we have to do something about the image. So we're going to target the footer or the anchor within the footer and the image within the anchor that is within the footer. So footer, anchor, image, and inside here we're going to give this a maximum width of 30 pixels, an aspect ratio of 1:1, so that's going to be perfectly square, so the height will always match the width. A border dash radius of 100%, so that makes it perfectly circular. Save that, and now we have a nice little circle image. And then finally, just above the footer, anchor, image style, we're going to target the footer. And then the anchor, we're going to select the hover, so we're going to have a colon and select the hover state of the anchor. And the reason we created a transparent border earlier is so that on the hover event, we can just change the border color. So we can just say border dash color, and we can give it a variable amount. So var, circular parentheses, and inside here, we just say color dash link. So now when we hover, we're going to get it showing up with the link color, which is going to be absolutely beautiful. And suddenly, doesn't our app just look that much better? It centers itself within the page. Honestly, I might even just, you could bring it down to 600 pixels width, I reckon. I think that's going to be the way to go. That looks pretty hot flash. And just like that, we are pretty much done with the static content for our welcome page. It obviously isn't interactive, but we'll come back and sort that shortly. And the one last thing I might just do is drop the padding down to 2 top and bottom and 3 on the bottom. It just feels a little bit too large. Yeah, that's better. Beautiful. So that was the padding on the footer. Just bring it down so it's not as overwhelmingly large. So now that we've finished the welcome screen, how about we get started on the dashboard? All right, so I actually lied. There's 1 or 2 things we quickly have to do inside of the welcome section before we jump into the dashboard. First is we're missing an icon in our footer. That's actually quite important. And the second thing is I just want to add in a media query to bump up a couple of these spaces as we go into a larger screen, because it looks good on a mobile device. It could just look a little bit better on a big screen. So what we're going to do inside of welcome.view is come down the bottom and say at media, and we're just going to throw in 1 breakpoint that turns on when we get to a minimum width of 640 pixels. It's my favorite singular breakpoint. So when we get to a minimum width of 640 pixels, when this criteria is met, apply these styles. The first one is going to be #welcome. We're just going to bump the gap up to 2 rem. So what's going to happen if I save that is now when we get to that, the gap is just going to go from 1.5 rem. So if we currently look, that should have a gap of 1.5 rem. And then as we come up, oh, is that a gap of 2 rem? It is indeed a gap of 2 rem. So that's just a little bit more space between the elements. I'm also going to give it a padding of 2 rem and 0. So what that's going to do is apply a 2 rem padding at the top when we get up onto a bigger screen. So maybe that's a little bit. We'll just drop it down to a 1 rem padding. Just to push the top content down a little bit further, we've got some nice spacing between the elements. You know, it doesn't all need to be crammed together. And the last thing I'm going to do is just space out this top element a tiny bit more. And if you remember, that's dot benefits. So I'm just going to target dot benefits within the breakpoint. And we're going to bump the gap up to 1 rem. So that's just going to push these little ticks down a little bit. So just those 3 spaces makes our app look marginally more improved. And then when we come down onto a mobile screen, it tightens up again. So that was modification number 1 that we needed to make. Modification number 2 is we're missing a little wee icon just down here. Now the way that I love font awesome icons. I've got them opened up here. And the way that we're going to add this icon set to our project is by coming over to Google and looking up Font Awesome CDN 6.0. This will also be linked in the description down below. Look, I even come here often. We're going to select that and we're going to click this top link tag, this little code icon right here, and that's going to copy a link tag. Now, when we're needing to paste in CDN links to our project, where do we do it? Inside of the index.html. We come into the index.html and we look for the head opening and closing tags. Now, these contain the meta information for our page. For example, what icon sets we've enabled. So underneath the title in here, I'm just going to paste in that CDN link. And while we're in here, we're actually going to update the title to be small gram, all capitalized, small gram. And then what we're going to do is insert the pole or vertical bar key. And what I'm going to do is just say from small to swole. That's a pretty funny slogan. Or it could even just be small to swole, just like that. So that's kind of a secondary text to our little title. And if I save that, we have now enabled Font Awesome icons in our project and we've updated the title. So now if I come back to my page and hover over, we can see we have the title. Now, because we've enabled Font Awesome icons, what we can do is come over to fontawesome.com, also linked in the description down below. And if you select icons, what we can do is look up. In our case, we've used GitHub, right? We're linking GitHub here. So we're going to look for the GitHub icon. Search that up. I'm just going to select this first one. And we're going to, as much as you could click Vue or you could click React, we're just going to go for the HTML entity. You click on this to copy it, copy that code snippet. And then we're going to come back into our layout because this is related to our footer. And inside of the anchor tag, beneath the paragraph, we're just going to paste in that icon. And if I go ahead and save that and come back to our app, look, we now have that beautiful little GitHub icon showing up adjacent to our GitHub username and our picture. And you could do that for LinkedIn, you could do it for Instagram, you get the idea. The icon is just a nice little accessory. Now, we can jump into the dashboard. Now, if we're going to show the dashboard, we need to get our pages working. So how on earth are we going to get our pages working? Well, let's head on over to our app where our pages are being rendered. So just in here, welcome is page 1. So I'm going to put that comment in there. Dashboard is going to be page 2. And underneath dashboard, we may as well render it out now. We're going to have page 3. I'm just going to comment that out. And page 3 is going to be workout. So I'm going to go ahead and render capital workout, the workout component, and that's going to be a self-closing tag. Now workout is this page, workout.vue right here. So we're going to need to import it. It's just going to be the same import line. It's going to be import workout from string dot slash components slash pages slash capital workout.vue. So now we're rendering our 3 pages. However, we're rendering them all at the same time. So how does that make any sense? How do we, make it so that only 1 page is rendered? Well, the answer is that we're going to use conditional rendering. So we're going to have a condition that determines whether or not a component is actually rendered. And we manage this condition with JavaScript. So what I'm going to do up here is say const we'll call it selected display. We're going to define a variable called const selected display, and that's going to be equal to 0. Now, technically it'd probably make more sense if we did it 1. I just like starting from 0. Now, if selected display is 1, we should show page 1. If selected display is 2, we should show page 2. If selected display is 3, we should show page 3. So how do we then, so how do we make that actually happen? What's the logic? Well, Vue does a great job of making this so simple. Essentially, if we want to have that kind of conditional rendering, all we do is we add an attribute to the opening tag. Now you can do this for components, you can do it for tags, you can do it for just about any visible content that we are rendering onto the screen. And what we do is we add an attribute to the opening component or tag called v-f. Now, if we just do v-, let's not even worry about the f, v-, we can see there's a whole lot of stuff. And this is all special Vue things. And we're going to look at quite a few of these things in this course. But for the minute, we just want v-f. And we're going to say v-f equal to string. Now, this is a very weird Vue specific syntax, and it says Vue, v for Vue, and we're just going to say if, and then we have a condition in here, and it says if true, render, if false, do not render. So this is how we have conditional rendering inside of Vue. So in here, if I were to say false, as much as it's a string, we can write JavaScript directly into that string. If I save this, Vue if false, well, that shouldn't show up, should it? So if I save that, look, our content goes away. So just like that, with this tiny little line of code, we have conditional rendering inside of Vue. So we want the welcome to display if selected display is equal to 1. So this is our condition inside of the double quotations to determine whether or not welcome should show up. So currently, it's true. The selected display is equal to 1. So Vue if this evaluates to true, so the component shows up. So what we're going to do is write it out for the dashboard. And I'm going to say v-f equals string and have selected display is equal to, double equals sign for the equality operator, equal to 2. And then I'm going to do the same for workout, v-f equal to double quotation marks, selected display equality equal to 3. And just like that, simply by adding these attributes, we now have all the conditional rendering we need for our application. So what I could do is change selected display. I could change this variable value to 2. And now, because it's not equal to 1, our welcome goes away, but our dashboard should show up. And what I'm going to do is come into the dashboard, and inside of the template, I'm just going to have a div that says hello. And I'm going to copy this div, save this component, and we can see now our dashboard is showing up, which is perfect. And the other thing I'm going to do is come into the workout, and I'm going to paste that div in here, and this one's just going to say hi. And so now that we've saved the workout, added some content to the workout and the dashboard, we can come into the app, and if I were to change this to 3, lo and behold, now our workout shows up. So that is, as I said, our conditional rendering done. So we want the selected display to be 2 because we're going to be working on the dashboard. Now, for the dashboard, it's actually relatively straightforward. We just need a few things. So what we're going to do is come into our dashboard component just here and remove this beautiful div. Now, I like to start off all my pages with a section tag, and the section is going to have an ID equal to string, and that's going to be the unique key dashboard, because that's what it is. Now in here, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a class attribute equal to card and a secondary class. So we're going to add a space tip dash container, because this is going to have our tip, our little health tip. So what we're going to do is have an h2 tag. This is going to say welcome Smolger, because that's what we are. We're small soldiers. So that's a nice little welcome to the dashboard, because obviously if someone has already begun the app, then we're going to default to the dashboard instead of the welcome section for existing users. So we're going to welcome them back, and then in here we're going to have a div. Open that up. That's going to contain a paragraph tag with a class of tip. And then what we're going to do is create the corresponding closing paragraph tag, throw in some strong tags to embolden some text, have the daily tip here, and then after the strong tag, we're going to insert a self-closing break. And in here, we're going to inject the tip. So if I go ahead and save that, we have welcome Smolger, we have the daily tip, and then we're going to inject the tip. Now the way the helpful advice is going to work, if we come into our utils, into our index.javascript, we have all these healthy gym facts or gym health facts down the bottom, and we're exporting them. So what we can do is import them into our dashboard. Now, because that's going to be JavaScript, we're going to come up to the section, and up here, we're just going to write import curly braces gym health facts from string ... utils. So that's the folder directory from which we're going to access the utils. And I believe that should be correct. So we ... to come out of pages. That puts us in components. We ... to come up to source, and then we go into utils. So if I go ahead and save that, I should now be able to come underneath that and console.log gym health facts, save that. And if we come over to our console, so right click on the screen, open up inspect the page and open up the Chrome Developer Tools and come to the console, we can see we now have access to all of the health facts, which is perfect. Now inside here, what we're going to do is randomly choose a health fact. And the way that we're going to do that is by creating a random number between 0 and the length of the array. So we're going to say const random number, and that's going to be equal to math.random. Just like that. Now, if you're unfamiliar, math.random generates a random number between 0 and 1. So what we do is we times that by gym health facts.length. So suddenly that's going to be between 0 and the length of our array. But because it could be it's a decimal value, not necessarily an integer, what we do is we wrap it inside of circular parentheses and call math.floor on it. And that's going to convert a non-integer number to an integer so that we can, essentially have a random number in our array. So that's our random number. I'm actually going to comment that up here to be fair. Generate a random integer, whole integer number between 0 and array length -1, I guess. Now what we're going to do underneath the random number is just say const today's fact is equal to access our array, have the square braces, and access the fact at the index random number. So what I could do now is change my console log, paste it down here, and just console.log today's fact. And we can see down here, if I refresh that page, eating enough protein helps with muscle repair. And if I refresh the page, it will continue to randomly select a fact. So a proper warm-up increases blood flow, staying hydrated improves workout, daily walking improves cardiovascular health, so on and so forth. So now that we have today's fact, I'm going to remove the console log. What we can do is inject it straight into the HTML, which is so beautiful, and I love this about JavaScript frameworks. So what we do to inject JavaScript straight into our HTML, none of that document object model manipulation, is we, after the closing self-closing break tag, we have double curly parentheses. So here are my double curly parentheses, and I just inject my JavaScript. So I'm just going to throw in today's fact, and whatever value is associated with that variable will render on the screen. So if I go ahead and save that, we can see now that tip shows up on the screen. And if I refresh that, we're constantly going to get different facts, which is perfect. Now underneath the div, what we're going to do is have a button, and this button is just going to say start workout, and then ampersand RARR for our right arrow. And that's going to just prompt them straight into the workout if they don't want to look at the grid. Now underneath this little welcome back call to action, we're actually going to have our whole workout grid that shows all of our workouts. So that's going to be underneath this div. So what we're going to do is just render grid. So capital G grid, and that's a self-closing tag. And if we go ahead and save that, nothing shows up because we actually need to import it. So what we have to do is come up the top just here. I'm going to do it at the very top of our script. Because it's JavaScript, we do it inside of the script, and I'm just going to import grid capital G from string dot slash grid dot view, because we need to come up a level. Currently we're inside of the dashboard, we need to come up to the grid. Now if I go ahead and save that, our grid will show up, and we can prove that by coming into the grid component, and inside of the template I could have a div that says hello, I am grid. Save that, and lo and behold, that shows up. Now just before we rip through the grid, what we're going to do is come back into the dashboard and just style what we have thus far. So we're going to come down into the scoped styles right here, and we're going to start off by selecting the tip-container, comma, also the tip container and the subsequent div within it, which, if you recall, is this div right here. And we're also going to select the hash dashboard. So we're going to select the section by its ID, hence the pound key. Now the reason I'm selecting all of them is because they are all flexible displays, so I'm going to give them all display flex. Now underneath that, I'm going to select the tip container, comma, and also hash dashboard, because these two of the three of them are going to have a flex dash direction of column. So I'm going to give the tip container class and the dashboard ID flex direction of column, and then under that I'm going to target the dashboard specifically. So hash dashboard, I'm going to give that a gap of 2 rem. That's going to space out some of the elements, which is just what we need. Underneath the dashboard, I'm then going to target the .tip container and give that a gap of 0.5 rem. That's just going to space out some of these items a tiny wee bit more. And then finally, what I'm going to do is throw in a media query. So I'm just going to say at media. Once again, it's going to be the min dash width of 640 pixels. That's going to be our breakpoint. And then we're going to hit the .tip container class and just bump that up to a gap of 1 rem. So when we hit that breakpoint, that's going to increase that gap. And we saw that happen just there. So if I come down, the gap decreases. As I come up, the gaps just jump up a little bit. And there is our little introduction to the page along with our tips or our facts. Now after that we have the grid. The grid is actually very easy because it's one element done a whole lot of times. So what we're going to do is come across to our grid component, and inside of the template we're just going to empty it out. And first what we're going to do is come into our script. Now if you recall, the grid is going to have tiles for every workout. So we're obviously going to need to import our workout program. So we're going to say import curly braces workout program, capital P, camel case, from, and this one is going to be // utils. Now, once we've imported workout program, we can confirm that by console.logging it. So we can console.log workout program, and we can see that shows up. So we've imported it correctly. There's our 30 workouts. And so now that we have that available, we're going to define one array. This is going to be a helper array. We're going to say const workout types, capital T, is equal to an array. And that's going to have 3 strings, where the first string is going to say push, the second string is going to say pull and comma separate, and have the third string, which is going to say legs. So that's our little split, and we'll see why we need that in a second. Now inside the template, we're obviously going to need a section with the ID equal to grid, because this is going to be our workout grid. And in here we have a button, and this button is going to have a class equal to card-button, and a secondary class, so we need a space, plan-card. Now inside here we have a whole lot of content, but I'm going to, actually no, I will do the content first. So the content inside the button is going to begin with a div. The div is going to contain a paragraph that says day, and I'm just going to have 1 for the second because we're going to start off at day 1. And after that we're going to have an icon. Now I'm not going to do the icon yet, so I'm just going to have capitals, all uppercase icon right there. And if I go ahead and save that, we can see here we have our day 1 button. Now underneath this div inside the button, we're going to have an H3. And this is going to say type, all capitalized because it's a placeholder until we fix the button. So there we have our H3, and this is our weird looking little button. Now, I don't want to make this button 29 more times. I want a way where I can write this button once and render it out a whole lot. And Vue has a really nice similar syntax for that, similar to V-if, except in this case, what we do is we find the element that we want to render multiple times, which is the button. So we come up to the button opening tag, and we say v-for equals a string, double quotations. Now inside here, we pretty much have our for condition. It's kind of like a for loop. So we say for workout in, and workout program is an object, and we have to do workout in an array. So what we do is we take our object. So here we have the workout program object. We wrap it inside of curly braces, and we call capital objects.keys, or object.keys. And this is going to convert our object into an array containing all the keys, which is going to be the keys 0 through 29. And now what this syntax right here is going to do is it's going to say for workout in workout program, render this button for every single workout. And just adding this one line in, if I go ahead and save that, I now have 30 buttons. How convenient is that? So that's a really nice way to iteratively render content, and I only have to write it once and it gets rendered a whole lot. Now, currently workout is going to assume, for every button, it's going to assume the key name. And what I want is actually the index. And as much as the index is going to be the same as the key name in this case, the index is going to be a number and workout is actually going to be a string. Because if we look, you can see here, well, okay, object.keys is going to turn it into a string basically. So what I'm going to do is to access the index of every value, you wrap workout inside of circular braces. This is kind of like arguments to a function, have a comma, and we're going to have workout IDX as the second entry inside of that circular brace. And that's going to give us to the access to the index of every button. And the reason we want that is because one thing we do to optimize this process to help Vue is we give every button a unique key. So we give it a key attribute equal to, and that is equal to the unique workout IDX. Now currently when I've given it this key, note that it looks like a string. It's not that white syntax that shows that it's JavaScript friendly. So when we're adding random attributes to anything inside of Vue, but we want to assign dynamic values such as the workout index value, not just the string workout index, we simply throw a colon in front, and now we've assigned the value of workout index, not just the string. And the workout index is always going to be unique, because obviously there's only one unique index for every element inside of the array of keys. And just like that, we have the perfect syntax for all of our buttons. Now let's go ahead and make them look beautiful. So for the day, what we're going to do is, instead of having day 1, we're going to have some double curly braces, because we're going to inject the day based on what index in our array we are. Now I could technically just say workout IDX plus 1. So if I go ahead and save that, it's going to take the index, which starts at 0. I want the days to start at 1, so I add 1 onto all of them. And if I save that, we now have day 1 through 30. However, I really like having 2-digit numbers, so I'm actually going to make this slightly more complex. And what I'm going to say is I'm going to check if the workout index is less than 9, question mark. Is it less than 9? If it is, I'm going to have some logic in here, and then I'm going to have an otherwise case. And the otherwise case is going to be that workout index plus 1, because it means that the value is greater than 9, which means that it's going to be 2 digits, so we can just add the 1. Now, just between after the question mark and before the colon, this is the case for true. So if workout index is in fact less than 9, then what I'm going to do is still add the workout IDX plus 1. However, I'm going to wrap that inside of curly parentheses and throw a 0 on the front as a string. So I'm going to have a string that contains the 0, and I'm going to append the numeric value to the end of that 0 string. So this new line of code is a condition. It's a one-line conditional check inside of, or one-line if else inside of JavaScript. It's a lovely JavaScript syntax. Is workout index less than 9? Question mark. If so, return or evaluate this. Otherwise, evaluate that. Now, if I go ahead and save that, we can see we have a 0 as a prefix to all the values where the index is less than 9. And then after that, we don't have that 0 out front. So they're all just now 2 digits. Now, underneath that, we're going to need the icon. Now, we have 3 icons in this case. So what I'm going to do is have an icon, and that's going to have a class equal to fa-solid fa-dumbbell is going to be the first one. Then we're going to have an icon that's going to have a class equal to fa-solid fa-weight-hanging. Icon number 2, you could look all of these up in Font Awesome, but I already know them, so I'm just going to write them out. And then we're going to have one final icon that has a class equal to fa-solid fa-bolt. Now, if I go ahead and save that, it looks like I made a mistake on the weight hanging, FAWEIGHT. Oh, the weight hanging is showing. Dumbbell is not showing up. It's a double B. That's my bad. So there are 3 icons. Now, we obviously don't want 3 icons on all of them. I want the push day to have the dumbbell, the pull day to have the weight hanging, and the legs to be the little lightning bolt. And so what we can do is we can... Oh, it looks like I also have a workout ID in here. The key should be equal to the workout IDX, not workout ID. That was a little catch of mine. Anyway, what I'm going to do for these icons is just once again add the VIF attribute to the opening tag for all of them. So it's going to be super straightforward. We're just going to say v-if equals double quotation string to the dumbbell icon. And that's going to be if the workout index remainder 3 is equal to 0. So this basically just checks that if the index is a multiple of 3, that means we're on every third, or we're essentially repeating that 3 cycle. We're on the push day. For the second one, we're going to add the v-if to the opening tag. We're going to say v-if equals double quotation string if the workout index remainder 3 is double equality equal to 1. So that's going to check if we're on the second day of every 3-day cycle. And then the last one is just going to say v-if equals to double quotation string. And that's going to be workout idx remainder 3 equals 2. And this is going to check if we're basically on the third day of every repeated cycle. And if I go ahead and save that, we now have one icon, and that repeats 3 by 3 by 3 up until the end. So the last day is a leg day, day 28 is a push day. So that's looking pretty cool. We're making good progress. The last thing we need to do is change the types. So I'm going to remove the types placeholder, throw in the double curly braces because it's going to be some JavaScript. And this is where our array is going to come in handy, and we're just going to do something similar to what we have here and figure out what type. So we're going to access the workout types array, access a value within it with the square parentheses, and we're going to check for the workout index remainder 3. So that's basically going to go from 0 to 1 to 2, 0 to 1 to 2, 0 to 1 to 2, all the way up. And if we go ahead and save that, we now have push pull legs, push pull legs, push pull legs, all the way up to 30 with their respective icons. Beautiful. And now that we have one button made beautiful, rendered 30 different times with our lovely V4, we can now quickly style this section, and we're going to rip through it. So the first thing we are going to do is style the grid. We're going to select it by its ID of grid, and in here we're going to give this a display of grid. We're going to give it a grid dash template dash columns. We're going to repeat a column 3 times, comma, for a min max value of 0 to 1 fraction of the whole of the whole. So this just says repeat. We then invoke repeat with the circular parentheses. We repeat 3 columns where each one goes between a width of 0 to 1 fraction. So that's going to mean we pretty much just have even fractions. So if I go ahead and save that, we now have 3 columns all the way down to 30. Now I'm going to give this a gap of 1 rem, nice and simple. And underneath that, I'm going to target the grid once again. So hash grid, and I'm going to target the button within, and I'm going to give it a width of 100%. And that's going to ensure our buttons take up or occupy that whole available width, and that's going to look great on a mobile device as well. We have our lovely workout grid. Underneath the grid button, I'm going to target the .plan-card. That's going to have a display of flex and a flex direction of column. That doesn't really appear to change much, but we'll see why we do that in just a second. And underneath the plan card, I'm going to target the plan card class again, but the div within. Now this div is this one right here that contains the day and the icon. And I'm going to give this div a display of flex, align the items in the center. It's going to be a flex row. We're going to justify the content space between, so that's going to push the elements to either end of the row. And I'm going to give it a gap of 1 rem. And so just like that, that's going to be our row. Then we're going to have the elements directly underneath. And the row is going to separate its children contents to either end. And then the very last thing we're going to do is add our media query, and we're just going to say at media. We're going to have the circular braces, throw in a min width of 640 pixels. So that's colon 640 pixels. And in here, we're going to select the grid by its ID. So that's going to be hash grid. And we're just going to up the columns. So we're going to say grid template columns. We're going to repeat. This time we're going to repeat 4. So 4 inside of the circular parentheses for a min max of 0 to 1 fraction. So pretty much 4 evenly sized columns. And now what's going to happen if I go ahead and save that, as I hit that breakpoint, we're going to jump to a 4-column layout. And that's going to give us an almost nice and responsive div. The last style I'm going to add is inside of the plan card. I'm going to target, well actually I'm going to have the dot plan dash card div, and then the paragraph within the div, and I'm just going to say text align left. And that's just going to make sure that if the text does wrap, it's going to wrap to the left. And I'm actually going to get rid of the align item center in the plan card div, so that way, no, actually I am going to keep that. Ideally it wouldn't wrap, but it looks like it wants to wrap. Maybe what we do is we drop this gap down to 0.5. We kind of have two options. Either we could force it not to wrap, but I think if we just drop that gap down, that's going to do the trick. So I just dropped the gap on the top row, so dot plan card div down to a 0.5. And now we have our lovely responsive little grid. And now that we have that complete, we can move on to the workout. So the plan for the workout is pretty straightforward now that we have the grid looking all hunky-dory. What we're going to do is come into our app and start off by changing the selected display to 3. So if I refresh the page, that now shows high. Now coming into the workout component, the workout page, the first thing we're going to do is just use some static data to basically allow us to dynamically render out a workout. So what we're going to do is start off by importing curly braces, the workout program from ///utils. Now, if you recall, that is our whole workout plan with all of these workouts and warm-ups. And to confirm that this has in fact been successfully imported, we can just console.log the workout program, which is imported from this path, this string path right here. So if I go ahead and save that, we get an error, and that's because I have added one too many ... slashes. So I'm just going to remove the last one, and then I'm going to refresh the page. And now inside of my console log, we get our array of objects where each object contains a warm-up entity and a workout entity. So now that we have both of these things, what we're going to do is start off by defining a selected workout. So we're going to say const selected workout is equal to, and I'm just going to say 4. You could use any number 0 through 29 because that's how many workouts we have. Now eventually how this is going to work is this value will obviously be dynamically selected based on or from the grid. So a user will click a grid entity that will determine the selected workout, and then the workout page will be shown. So what we can do underneath here is we can destructure out, so we can say const curly braces, and we can destructure out both the workout and the warm-up, and we can say that destructure syntax is equal to the workout program square braces and access the entity associated with the key for, or the selected display. The selected workout. Now if I go ahead and save that, essentially what this line is doing is it's destructuring out. If we literally look for the fourth entity, we're destructuring out the warm-up and the workout. So now that we have access to all the information we need, we can start filling out our template. So at the top, we're going to have a section, and that will have an ID equal to workout-card, an ID attribute, and inside the section, we're going to start off with a div that has a class of plan-card space and a secondary class of card. Now inside of this div, we're going to have a subsequent div, and this div will have a class of plan-card-header. And this is going to contain a paragraph that has the word day. And then for the second, I'm just going to have a 0 and then some double curly braces and inject the selected workout. Or to be fair, what we could actually do is do that logic before that says, okay, since we're inside the double curly braces, we can run some JavaScript and we can say, is the selected workout less than 9? Question mark, ternary operator. If it is, then we can say 0, the string 0 plus the selected workout. Otherwise, we can just show the selected workout. And I think the other thing we're going to do is make sure that we are actually adding on the selected workout +1, but we'll come back and fix that later. So we've just got a conditional statement that checks if the selected workout is less than 9. That means that it's a singular digit. And so then in the case where that's true, we append a 0 to the front of it. And if it's not, then we just show the selected workout. So now I can remove the 0 at the front of the double curly braces. So if I go ahead and save that, we can see we're on day 04. Now after the paragraph, we want to have an icon. So this is going to have a class, an icon equal to fa-solid fa-dumbbell with a double B. So now if I go ahead and save that and have a look, we now have that dumbbell showing up. Now underneath this, eventually when we style it, this is going to be a row and the dumbbell will show up over here. And underneath this div, the plan card header div, we're just going to have an H2 element. That's going to have some double curly braces for some JavaScript. For the second, I'm going to inject the string push. And then after the double curly braces, I'm going to have the word workout. And that's going to say push workout. So this is going to be the header for our selected workout. Now I think technically index 4 would be a pull workout, but that doesn't matter because eventually this won't be hard coded. Now underneath the div, we're going to have another div. And this is underneath the plan card. And this new div is going to have a class of workout-grid. Now the way the workout grid is going to work is it's going to be a 7-column grid that only actually has 4 items across a particular row. So 4 items occupying the 4 columns in the singular row. And the reason we're doing a 7-column layout is so that we can actually give the first item, well, we can tell it to span 3 of the columns, and the last item we can tell it to span 2 of the columns. And so it's just going to give us some columns that are bigger than others, depending on where that space is needed. So inside this div with the class of workout grid, we're going to start off with an H4. This is going to have a class of grid-name. And this is going to say warm up. Underneath the H4, we're going to have an H6 that says sets. Then underneath that, we're going to have another H6 element that says reps. And finally, we're going to have one last H6, except this one's going to have a class of grid-weights. And this one is going to say weights. So these are our 4-column headings. And we've given a class to the first one so that we can tell this first one to span 3 of the 7 columns. And we've given a class to the last entry so that it can span 2. But that will all happen when we do the styling. Now underneath this H6, what we're going to do is map out content. So we're going to iteratively render content. So we're going to create a div. It's going to have a class of workout-grid again, and there's a good reason for that. You know, that being that this workout grid is going to be a 7-column grid. However, when we iteratively render content inside of Vue, we can't do that, or we won't be able to create the layout that we're looking for if we try to render out all of the entries individually multiple times. And that's kind of hard to imagine, but essentially if I were to, have this H6 here, and I said, okay, well, I need an H6 in every single row, I can't use my V4 on this H6. So I can't come in here and say V-4. Otherwise, what it will do is it'll actually render, it'll have the effect of creating a whole lot of H6s just like this. And that's not going to create a nice layout because it's going to push reps down onto the next line. So what I have to do is if I want to iteratively render content within my grid, I have to wrap it inside of a parent. Or essentially, I have to encapsulate these rows. Now, the problem with that is that that's going to completely destroy my grid unless what I do is I tell this workout grid to span the full 7 columns, so to span a full row, and then I divide it into a 7-column grid and repeat the process inside. Now that's kind of hard to understand, but we'll see what that looks like in just a second. But the moral of the story is that we're going to have a div with a class of workout grid inside of a div with the class of workout grid, except the second nested one is going to be iteratively rendered for all of our warm-ups and consequently workouts. So on this, we're going to add the v-for, and we're going to say for w for warm-up in warm-up. Now, once again, this is the v-for syntax where we say for every w, every warm-up inside of warm-ups. Technically, this should be warm-ups because it's a whole lot of warm-up exercises, but this is an array. For every warm-up exercise in that array, render out this workout grid row. Now, because we don't just want access to the actual entity, we also want the index. We have to wrap the w inside of circular parentheses, have a comma, and then we can get the widx, the warm-up index. And now the last thing we can do is to help Vue be efficient and keep track of all the iteratively rendered content. We give it the key attribute equal to windex so that we can guarantee it's a unique value. And because it's a dynamic attribute, we throw the colon in front of it. So now if I create the corresponding closing div and say hello, this should render out a whole lot of hellos. Now just up here, I added a v-for on that h6 and we cannot have that, so I'm going to get rid of that. And now if I go ahead and save that, I would expect 2 hellos because there's 2 warm-up exercises. So for essentially what we've done is we've iterated over this array, and for every warm-up exercise, I have created this div that currently contains the text hello. Now what I could actually do is access w.name. Remember, w.name assumes this for every iteration in the array. So I could, instead of just having hello here, I could throw in some curly braces and say w and access the name key within that object. So now if I save that, we can see leaning rear delt holds is the first warm-up exercise and scapular pull-ups is the second warm-up exercise. Now currently, because we don't have our second 7-column grid layout working, it doesn't really look like anything in particular. However, eventually what I want you to imagine is for the columns to be warm-up, sets to be over here, weights to be, or reps to be over here, and then weights to be down the end. And once we've got these headers coming up, then we're essentially creating a subgrid within our original grid that has the exact same dimensions, and we tell it to take up the full row of the parent grid, and then we once again subdivide it. And that's just for the sake of rendering out this content. So now that we have this workout grid, we don't need we will eventually need w.name, but first inside here, what we're going to do is create a div, and that's going to have a class of grid-name. Now there's quite a lot of divs in creating this grid, so you really just want to make sure that your code is exactly the same as mine, and if something's going a bit funny for you, make sure you head over to the GitHub repo, which is linked in the description down below. My code is available there for you. You can find it inside of the source directory, components, pages, workout.vue, and if you are over there, if you could start the repo, love that support. Now inside this div with the class of grid-name, we're going to have a paragraph, and inside here we're going to have the double curly braces so that we can inject some JavaScript, and that is going to be the w.name. So the warm-up.name, and then after that we're going to have a button, and this button is going to contain an icon, and that icon is going to have a class equal to fa-regular space fa-circle-question, and this is a font awesome icon. Now if I go ahead and save that, let me enter this icon onto a new line for clarity. This button, which will show up here, is going to essentially allow a user to click on the question mark. Oh, I don't know what a leaning rear delt hold looks like, and eventually it will open up a modal overlay containing all of that information, so that will be really cool. Now under this div with the class of grid-name, we are going to have a paragraph that has some double curly braces, and we're going to access w.sets. If you recall, w.sets, this object right here is w, so we can access the sets key within it, and that should say 2, and we can see that's exactly what comes up. And then we're going to do the exact same thing for the reps. We're going to say p tag, and in here we're going to say w.reps. Now the last thing we're going to have inside of the workout grid is going to be an input tag that has a class of grids or grid-weights. And that's going to have a placeholder attribute equal to 14 kg and a type attribute equal to text. And that is a self-closing element. So inside of our iteratively rendered workout grid, or the subgrid essentially, and actually what I'm going to do is give this div a unique name. So instead of it just being workout grid, I'm going to make it workout-grid-row, because that better explains exactly what it is. It's a row within our workout grid, and I'm iteratively rendering out this row for every element inside of my warm-up array. And so obviously these entities represent one warm-up activity, where that warm-up activity has a name, it's got a number of sets, it's got a number of reps, and we're going to be able to input the weights. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and save that. And now we see we have the name, the question mark, the sets, the reps, and the weight. Now because it's a warm-up, what I'm actually going to do is just add the disabled attribute to this input, because we don't want to track the weights for the warm-up. It's kind of irrelevant, but we will be doing it for the workout. Now underneath this div that has the v4, we're going to create another div, and this one's going to have a class of workout-grid-line, and this is going to be a line that spans a full row to subdivide the warm-up from the workout. And then underneath that, what I'm going to do is literally copy our iteratively rendered div, copy the warm-up div, and I'm going to paste it beneath the div with the workout grid line class. And what I'm going to do is, instead of iterating over warm-up, I'm going to iterate over workout. So if you recall, this is warm-up, this is an array, workout is pretty much the same thing, just with exercises instead of warm-up exercises. The funny thing is that everything else is the same, even the W kind of works, except that our input is no longer disabled, so I'll remove that. And now we can go ahead and save that, and we will have all of our warm-ups done, and then beneath that we will have our workouts. And actually there is one thing we need to change, or better said, add in. If you come up to the top, we have the titles for our table. And we're going to copy the H4 and the 3 H6s and paste them just between our second workout grid row underneath the workout grid line. So I'm going to paste them in here, and instead of saying warm up, this second one is going to say workout. But pretty much everything else is going to be the same. So if I go ahead and save that, here we can see I have all the content for my warm up, and then here I have all the content for my workout. And now all we have to do is come back and make the grid look absolutely beautiful, and it will start to absolutely slap. Now we're almost done for the content on this page. The last thing we need, just above the closing section tag beneath our workout grid, is another div that has a class of card, and that's just going to contain a button, and that button is going to say save and exit, and it's also going to have an icon with a class of fa-solid, fa-save. And then what we're going to do is have another button, and this one is going to say complete, followed by an icon with a class of fa-solid, fa-right, well actually it'll be left-arrow. Just like that. And if I go ahead and save that, we can see the save button worked. Let's have a look at the right arrow. Well, actually, even better, I want to use the tick. I think it's called the check. So if we come over to Font Awesome Icons, which is linked in the description down below, click Icons and look up check. Here we can see we have the check icon. I'm going to scroll down and copy the HTML entity and just paste that in here. And so this should give us our two icons inside of these buttons. So if we now come back to our application, we have a complete button with a nice little tick and a save and exit with the save, and that's inside of a div with or encapsulated within one of our cards, our FantaCSS cards. So now that we have all the content done, let's style everything. So we're going to come into the style tags, And inside here, we're going to start off by selecting the workout card ID. So hash workout dash card, and we're going to select a secondary class. So we're going to comma separate them. And this one's going to be the .plan card. Now inside of these classes, we're going to give them both the display of flex and a flex direction of column. And then underneath that, we're going to target the workout card ID specifically. So that's going to be a hash workout dash card. And that's going to have a gap of 1.5 rem. Underneath that, we're going to target the .plan card and the div within. Now the div within this is the workout card right here. And the div within is the div that just contains this little header right here. So we actually gave it a unique class that we could use instead. So let's do that because that's even cooler. .plan dash card dash header. And this is going to have a display of flex, align the items centrally. We're going to use the default flex direction of row. We're going to justify the content space between, so that'll push the children elements to either end and give it a gap of 1 rem. So if I save that, now we can see we have a row element and the icon is pushed to the far end. And this is kind of like our little header to our push workout. Now underneath that, we can start dealing with the grid. So we're going to target the .workout dash grid, comma, and in the same vein, we're going to target the workout dash grid dash row. Now both of these are 7 column grids. So we're going to give them a display of grid, and we're going to go grid dash template dash columns, and we're going to invoke repeat for repeated columns. We're going to pass in 7 comma, and each is going to have a minimum maximum dimension of 0 to 1 fraction. So that's going to create 7 evenly sized responsive columns. What we're also going to do is give it a gap of 1 rem. And then underneath that, well, first let's go and save it and see what it looks like. Maybe not so hot flash, right? We can see just here that our warm-up is 1 column, sets is 2, reps is 3, weights is 4. And now we have in this column right here, this workout grid row, it's trying to shove a 7 column grid container inside of 1 column, which is not working. So what we need to do is tell it that this workout grid row needs to take up the full 7 rows. So we're going to target the .workout dash grid dash row, and also comma separate it .workout dash grid dash line, because remember the line also needs to span the full width of the column. And we're going to give them the grid dash column style. And we're going to say span 7 out of these 7 span columns. So span all of the 7 rows. And if I save that, now at least the workout grid row is taking up a full 7 columns of the parent grid, which essentially just means that it gets its own row, and it's automatically subdivided that row into a secondary 7 column grid. And that's why our elements are nicely laid out in these little columns across that grid. So you can see that we're getting closer to this grid. However, currently we're actually only using 4 of the 7 columns. So what we need to do is basically say, okay, for the first entry, the name, we want it to take up 3 of the 7 columns. These middle 2 columns are fine, but this last one, because it's got an input, we also want that to be 2 of the columns. And essentially the reason I picked 7 is just because I like the ratio between the sizes. So essentially the inputs takes up 2/7 of the total space. The name takes up 3/7 of the total space. And I just think that they're really nice proportions to have for our grid. So what we do underneath this class right here is we add another one, and we say .grid-name. And if you remember, that class is applied to the first element in every row. And we say grid-column span 3/span 3. So that just says span 3 of the 7 columns. And if I save that, now you can see it pushes everything over And the grid name is pretty happy to take up 3 of those 7 columns. Now the other one we need to target is the weight input, but we'll get to that in a second. First, we actually want to target the button. Because if you recall, this button right here, well, we don't really want it as a big button like that. That doesn't look very aesthetic. Our plan is to make it so that the little question mark is hidden until you hover over the row. When you hover over the row, then the question mark will show up. And then, if you hover over the question mark and click it, then it will show up. So it's a very discreet but also effective way to, add in an information button. So what we're going to do is target the .grid name and the button within that class, the div with that class. And we're going to start off by giving a padding of 0, a border of none, and a box dash shadow of none. And this is going to undo the FantaCSS style. So now we can see we just have a plain button. Now the other thing we're going to do is just change the hover effect for this button, because currently it's a little transformation. We're going to say .grid dash name, target the button, and then have the colon to select the hover state. And we're going to say transform none. We're going to say box shadow of none again, and we're instead going to set a color to a variable amount. So var circular braces dash dash color dash link. And this is a FantaCSS color. So now when I hover over the button, we can see it goes a nice blue instead. And now what we can do is we can hide it until we've hovered over the row. So we can say .workout dash grid dash row, and then target the .grid name class, the div with the grid name class, and then the subsequent button. So the button within the div with the class of grid name that itself is within our workout row. And we can say have an opacity of 0. Now I could technically say display none. However, the problem with display none is that we can't add a gradual transformation from display none to display. It's just going to immediately show up, and I actually want to fade it in. So we're instead going to make it invisible, and then as we want it to show up, make it so that it's opaque and shows up by adding, or essentially changing the opacity from 0 to 1. So we're going to set it to a default of 0, and if I just save this one line, we have no more button, or essentially it's just invisible. It actually still exists. For example, just here we can see inside of the HTML that we do in fact have this little icon here. However, the problem with just making it invisible is that you can actually still see it has that cursor pointer, which is kind of unusual. So what we also do is we say pointer events none. And now if I save that, for all intents and purposes, that little icon is essentially invisible. Unclickable, can't interact with it, it may as well not exist. So with that done, now what we can do is target it so that when we have the .workout-grid-row and we've activated the hover state, so we have the colon hover. So when we're hovering over the row, then we can target the .grid name and the button within that, and we can say opacity 1, and we can say pointer-events all. Now just this small little adjustment, what it's going to do is mean that when I hover over a row, and I actually spelled that wrong, that should be .workout-grid-row. Now when I hover over a row, you can see that the little question mark shows up and it gradually fades in. So essentially what we're saying, it's invisible until we hover over the row, then it shows up, and then we can hover over the button itself, and people are like, oh, that's, if I'm confused, I click that, and that's when we'll show the modal overlay that has the text description of the workout or the exercise. Now a couple extra styles I want to add is just primarily making the button a flex container to bring this question mark up on, or actually the parent to the button, a flex container, to bring this question mark up on the same line. So where we have .grid-name, we're going to give it a display of flex, align the items in the center, and give it a gap of 1 rem. And so just changing that means that our little icon is going to show up on the same row, and that should still be nice and responsive on a mobile screen as well. So if we come down to a mobile device size, we can see it just shows up there. That's pretty much perfect. And then the last thing we want is for our weights container to span these last two columns instead of just one, and also to make sure that every exercise name is capitalized. So what we're going to do is come down to the bottom, and just two more styles. We're going to say .grid-name, target the paragraph, and we're going to give it a text-transform of capitalize. And then finally, we're going to target .grid-weights, and we're going to give it a grid-column style of span 2 over span 2. And that's just going to tell it to span the last two columns, which it does perfectly. And so for our warm-ups, we have some disabled inputs that take up the last two columns. And for our workout, we have some viable inputs that we will now be able to type amounts into, which is super cool. We've got our sets, we've got our reps, and we've got our nice little icons. So all things considered, I think that is coming along very nicely. Well, actually, one last thing we need to do is just make sure that this div right here spaces out these buttons a little bit. Now, I forgot to add the class to this card, so this is going to be workout-buttons. We're going to give this div a secondary class, so we're going to have a space between them. And then I'm going to copy the workout buttons class, come down the very bottom, target.workout-buttons, give that a display of flex. And you know what? I actually think we already have the classes it needs up the top. So I'm just going to copy the class name, get rid of the curly parentheses, and we're going to come right up to the top to where we have the plan-card-header class. And I'm just going to have a comma and paste the workout buttons class in there. And that's now going to give us our two buttons in one row spaced at either end. And that's going to look pretty good on a mobile device as well. If you really wanted to go the extra mile, what you could do is come down the bottom of the style and target the .workout-buttons and the buttons within them, the button entity. Give it a flex value of 1, and then it's just going to make sure that they span pretty much the whole width, so you've got some nice big buttons, and I think that looks pretty cool. One extra class you could just add is the .workout-buttons, the button within the workout buttons div, and the subsequent icon, and give it a padding -left of 0.5 rem. And what that's going to do is just push the icon out from the text a tiny bit more. And we have perfection. So just like that, we have completed our workout display. Now we're nearly done with all the displays. The last one we need to work on is the modal overlay that contains the description that will show up when we click this question mark. And then the rest of the application is just going to be logic. So we're making some absolutely brilliant progress. We've learned a whole lot about Vue so far. We're about to learn a whole lot more. So now that we have our workout display complete, it is time to create the modal overlay. And the modal overlay is going to pop up when we click this question mark. It's going to show the description of this exercise. Now, there's two steps to this part. One is actually creating the modal, and then two is rendering out the content. So what we're going to do is head into our portal.vue, because this is obviously for the portal overlay. And actually I lie. There's one thing we need to do first. So when we create this overlay, we don't want it to show up inside of our workout card. But yet I want to render it inside the workout card. We actually don't even want it to show up within the div with the ID of app. We want it to overlay. We want it to essentially be a second application that we slap on top so that it takes precedence over everything. It appears atop our entire application, and that's ideally how a modal and overlay should work. Obviously, there's different contexts and different utilities, but that's what we're looking for in this case. When I click this question mark, we want something to overlay our entire application. Now, if we come into the index.html, as I said at the start of the course, our whole app gets rendered out inside this div with the ID of app. So what we're going to do underneath is create a secondary div, and this is going to have an ID attribute of portal. And so what we're going to do is use some hacks and we're essentially going to get our portal or our modal content to display inside the div with the ID of portal, and that's going to appear atop our entire application. So it's going to be the perfect overlay. So once we've added that div, we can save and come back into our portal. Now the portal component is actually relatively straightforward. The first thing we do is we come into the template. Now if I were to just have a section in here, and I could say render in this particular location, it would show up in context. To prove my point, let's just say we have a section in here that says hello. So now that we have some content in our portal, let's go render it inside of our workout, which is where it's going to end up showing up. We can come into the template for our workout.view, and we can render the portal up the top. So I can say portal just like that. It does need a closing tag, and we'll see why. And what I can also do is come up to the top inside the script, and I can now import the portal component from /portal.view. And if I now go ahead and save that, we've rendered our portal, we've defined it to contain a section, and we've imported it. And we can see that that section comes up just above our workout card, as you would expect, because that's literally where we've rendered it. But that's not where we want it. As I said, we want this hello, this section, to show up inside, not inside our div with the ID of app, but instead inside our div with the ID of portal. And so Vue has come up with the most beautiful syntax to do exactly that. What we do is we create a teleport tag. How cool is that? Now teleport is a Vue tag, and it needs to have, or a component essentially, and it needs to be capitalized teleport. And now what we do is we wrap our section inside of this teleport. Now if I just save it, where's it gone? Well, to be fair, not very far. Can't even see it anymore. And that's because the teleport, the opening teleport tag, needs a special attribute called to. And that makes sense. If we're going to teleport, we need a destination. Where are we teleporting this content to? And so I can say to equals double quotation marks, and I can just say look up the div with the ID of portal. So I can say #portal. And now if I go ahead and save that, our portal contains this section, and it's showing up down the bottom of our application, and that's because the div with the ID of portal is actually beneath the div with the ID of app. So here we can see in blue we have our app, and here we have our portal underneath. So that actually makes sense, and that's now working. And this section is now being taken out of context. It's no longer in the workout, even though that's where we've rendered it, and there's a good reason we're rendering it there, and it is now inside of its separate div. And so all we have to do now is give that div some special styles. So our portal content, if we get rid of that section, is going to have a div with a class equal to portal-container. Now inside of that div, we're going to have two children divs. Now the first children div, child div, is going to have a class of portal class equal to portal-underlay, and it's going to be the backdrop, where essentially if you imagine the modal coming up in the middle, it's going to be an invisible or slightly translucent screen that dims out the app in the background, and if we click on it, it's going to close the modal, and we'll see what that looks like in just a second. It's also going to need to technically be a button because it's got an on-click event. When we click the backdrop, we want to shut out of the modal because people are like, no, take me away from here. So we're going to need to give this div some special properties if we want to turn it into a button, such as a role equal to button. So we need to give it the role equals to attribute to the opening div. And we also, after giving it the role equal to button to specify its role, we need to give it a tab index equal to 0. That's also just button things because people need to be able to tab to the button. And finally, an @click event. when we click on it, what should be done. And in this case, it's just going to be equal to a string that contains an empty arrow function, and that's going to be a blank placeholder. Now, if I go ahead and save that, we will have this random div showing up, but it's got no content, no size, so we can't actually see it. Now, the sibling to this underlay is going to be the actual content. So we're going to have a div that's going to have a class equal to portal-content, and this portal content is going to contain the slot, and that is a self-closing element. And if you remember, the slot is whatever is contained within the opening and closing tag where we render out the portal. So if we're inside of workout, it's whatever content is in here. And so inside here, I can have a div that has a class equal to, in fact, I don't even need to have a div, to be honest. I could just say h4 equal to pushups. And now this is going to be the content that is the child to the portal. It's rendered within the opening and closing portal tags. And consequently, it is going to be, or it's going to assume the slot tag within the actual portal. And so we can specify where we want that to show up within the content that is, part and parcel with the portal. So now I would expect pushups to show up. We've rendered it inside the workout. However, via the teleport, it has been teleported to this div with the ID of portal, and subsequently it is within a div with the class of portal content. And so now what I can do is inside of my scoped styles, I can just style it so that it overlays my app. I can target the .portal-container class, and I can give that a position of fixed, a top of 0, a left of 0, a width equal to 100% of the view width, or 100 VW, and a height equal to 100% of the view height, so 100 VH. And finally, a Z index of 1001 so that it sits atop everything else. And if I go ahead and save that, we can see now that pushups overlays our entire app and it stays fixed in the context of our screen. Now underneath the portal container, we can target the .portal-underlay class. And we just give this a position of absolute, and we give it an inset of 0. So we say, basically, position yourself absolutely with respect to the container, and extend yourself to the full exterior, or inset yourself 0 to the parent container. So take up the whole container. Now, if I were to give this a background of green to demonstrate a point, our whole app has gone green. So our underlay is taking up the full width and height of the parent, which is fixed in context of the screen. We obviously don't want that. Instead, we're going to give it a background equal to a variable amount. So we're going to invoke var, and we're going to pass in -- background -primary, and that is a FantaCSS variable. We're going to give it an opacity of 0.7, a Z index of 999, so it sits behind our portal content, which is coming up soon. And because it's a button, we're going to give it a border of none and a padding of none. So now if I go and save that, we can see that essentially it's just faded out our application in the background. And that's going to allow our modal content to show up, have better contrast. So finally, we can target the .portal -content, and this is going to actually contain the description, or more specifically, it's going to contain whatever is written within the opening and closing portal tags. So just in here, we're obviously going to have a workout or exercise description. However, the nice thing about the way that we've set up the portal is we could render the portal out in a load of different contexts, change out the inner content, but it would still work exactly the same. And so the content in the content section of the portal may vary, but the portal functionality remains the same, and so we can write it once and use it everywhere. And so if we target the .portal content, that's also going to have a position of absolute. It's going to have a Z index of 1000, so it sits atop the underlay. We're going to give it a top of 50%, a left of 50%, and then we're going to transform it and translate it minus 50% and minus 50%. Now this is going to center it perfectly within our screen. And so we can see that push-ups now appears smack bang in the middle of our screen, and it sits atop the underlay. So we're getting that contrast that I was talking about, and we can see that the app in the background is faded out. And eventually when I click on the backdrop, it would close out of the modal, just not yet. Now underneath that, we're going to give it a width of 600 pixels, a maximum width of 90 view width. So it can only take up a maximum width of 90% of the view width, and it has a default width of 600 pixels. So now it should be nice and wide, and I should be able to pretty much select it. So there we can see it's taking up 90%, but if I come wider, now it's the full 600 pixels. We're also going to give it a maximum height of 80% of the view height. What these two conditions right here do just are pretty much just to ensure that it never takes up the full dimension of the page, so that we can always see some of the backdrop. We can see that it overlays the page, and so we can always click out of it. And finally, what we're going to do is give it a display of grid, and we're going to place the item center, and that's going to place everything in the exact center, in addition to giving it a background, which is going to be a variable amount, and that's going to be the -- background primary CSS variable from FantaCSS. Now if I go ahead and save that, we can see we have a white bar. It's actually kind of hard to see, but essentially we have a white bar that you can't suddenly pull-ups becomes invisible behind it. And that's kind of what we're looking for. To be fair, if I were to make this a different color, that would probably emphasize my point. So let's say I make this background green, comment out the first one. You probably shouldn't do this, but there we can see we have the green background. So that's our little portal content working nicely. I'm also going to give it a border radius of a variable amount, and that's going to be -- border - radius - small, and I'm going to give it a padding of 1 rem, so that everything sits inwards a little bit. And now we just have a slightly bigger bar. You could also technically give it a border if you want. We could say border, give it a 1 pixel solid variable amount of -- background - muted. That could be a nice border. And now you can just see the exterior of our modal right there. Now that is our portal completely styled. So what we can do is come back into the workout, and in here I can say const selected exercise is equal to, and that's within our script. And I'm going to come into our index.js inside of utils, and for the sake of it, I'm just going to select the lat pull down exercise. So selected exercise is equal to the lat pull down. And now what we do is we can actually select that exercise. So I can say const exercise description is equal to, and we have to access the exercise description. So we need to destructure it out from utils. So where we have the workout program, we import it. We can now also import exercise descriptions. And I can say that the exercise description is equal to the exercise descriptions entity. And I can use the square braces to look up the selected exercise, which will give me back the actual description, and that will be assigned to this variable. So what I could do inside of the H4 is I could have the double curly braces, and in here I can inject the selected exercise, and underneath that I can have a paragraph, and in here I can inject the exercise description. And now if I go ahead and save that, we can see that we have the content showing up just here. So we have the dynamic name, and we also have the description. Now what I want to do is actually wrap this content inside of a div, because currently it's not looking so hot flash, and I'm going to give this div a class equal to exercise-description. Now inside of our styles, I'm going to come down the very bottom underneath all of our grid stuff, and I'm going to select .exercise-description, and I'm going to give it a display of flex, a flex direction of column, a gap of 1 rem. That should spread out the elements a little bit. So here is our flexible container, just like that. And I'm also going to come back up to the content, wherever it is, and just above the paragraph, I'm going to create a div, throw the paragraph within the div, and once again, I'm using a number of VS Code shortcuts just here, and I'd highly recommend practicing these. I'm using the line swap to swap the lines around very efficiently. This is linked in the description down below. Equally, it's just the same as copying the lines up and down, but within this div, we can give it a small tag, and this is just going to say description. So we're going to essentially have a tiny little description header that just sits above the actual description. Now the last thing we need at the very bottom underneath the H4, or sorry, underneath the div that has the description, is we're going to have a button, and this is just going to say exit, and after that we're going to have an icon with a class of fa-solid fa-x mark. And that's going to be, well actually let's change exit to close. Close is a little less harsh. And so now we're just going to have a little close button, and eventually that's going to serve to close out of our description. And the other thing I want to do is just style it. So we can come down the bottom and we can select .exercise description and the button within. And I actually want to target the icon inside the button. And I'm just going to do that padding left thing and give it half a rem, 0.5 rem of padding. And that's just going to move the X slightly out from the close. Now that's all well and good. Our modal is showing up. It's sitting in the middle of the page. It's super nice and responsive. But we have a problem. How do I make it go away? Well, this is where the magic happens. We've seen that we can conditionally render items, and so we're just going to conditionally render our portal. So what we can do is, to this portal opening tag, we can just give it the v-if condition. So we can say v-if is equal to some quotation marks, and inside here I can just throw in selected exercise. Now this is going to convert selected exercise into a truthy or falsy, essentially a Boolean value. So if this is equal to a string containing a value, then it's essentially true, it exists. So if it exists, show the portal. And that makes sense because we only want to show the portal if the selected exercise exists. So if I save that, our portal will continue to show up. I might also just change this from an H4 to an H3 just to bump up the header name a little bit. That's pretty good. And what I could do now is turn selected exercise into a null value. Now if the selected exercise is null, well that's equivalent to false, there's nothing there. So when portal runs this v-if, only conditionally show up if selected exercise exists. It finds out that it's actually null, it shouldn't show up. And so if I come back to my app, we can see that it's gone. And just like that, we magically have a portal showing up. And with our portal working, guess what time it is? It's logic time. And the first logic we're going to start off with is actually getting this portal showing up when I click a button. So when I want to click a button for leaning rear delt holds, I want that specific exercise description to show up. So let's dive into that now. All right, so now what we want is to be able to click this question mark and to assign this name to a variable and consequently have the modal show up displaying the description of said exercise. Now, currently selected exercise is a constant variable, and the way that you do this inside of a JavaScript framework is by using what's known as a stateful variable, which is slightly different. It's a variable with extra steps, and I'll explain all about it in a second. But before we do that, it would be reasonable to think that we could just, const means it's immutable, so we could change this to a let. That means I can assign a new value to selected exercise, and so what I could do is come down to our warm-ups, for example, And where we have the grid name, we have our button. It contains the icon with the question mark. I could add an attribute to the opening button tag that says @click equal to string. I could pass in an arrow function to be executed on the click of that button. And I could say that selected exercise is equal to w.name, which is the warmup.name. That would be fair. That would be totally fair to think that. But let's see what happens when I do that. So now I have this logic. I'll refresh the page to make sure everything's working. I could even throw in a console.log inside the onClick. Console.log, I have clicked the button for the warmup name in the string, comma, w.name. And now I could save that, and let's see what happens when I click the question mark and come into the console. So I click the console, we see the console comes up, or the log, we see that the correct name is showing up, but where is my modal? The modal is meant to show up when selected exercise has a name associated with it. And the problem with the system that we're currently using is that JavaScript frameworks aren't wired to listen to changes in variable values. The JavaScript will be changing, I guarantee you that. We've proven that this function runs. However, what's not happening is our user interface, our website is not re-rendering to reflect the changes made in the logic. So whenever we want to have a user interaction tied to a variable, we need what's known as a stateful variable. And a stateful variable is just a traditional variable, except whenever the value of the stateful variable changes, the user interface is re-rendered. Now, I'm just going to comment here, this won't work because we need stateful variables, variables, so that the UI knows it needs to re-render to reflect any changes in the JavaScript. So what I'm also going to do is just comment out that line altogether, and we're going to now initialize a stateful variable. Now inside of Vue, there's something known as a ref. So what we're going to do is we're going to say let selected exercise, just as we had before, is equal to ref, and we're going to invoke ref. Now ref creates what's known as a reference, and within a reference we can access the dot value, and that is a stateful value, or essentially this is a stateful variable, that would be a stateful value. Now ref is specific to Vue, so we need to come up the top and import curly braces ref from string Vue package. And now when we invoke it, we're essentially creating one of these stateful variables, a stateful reference, and inside where we invoke it, we can pass in a default value. So just like when we define the variable, I'm going to have a default value of null. Now what I'm also going to do is just underneath console.log selected exercise, so we can have a look at what this reference actually is. So now if I go ahead and save that, a couple of things happen. One, we have no changes to our user interface. Oh, I gave it away. We have no changes to our user interface. Two, if we look over here, we see that we have we've logged to the console our ref. Now our ref has a whole lot of things. It's kind of like an object. You could think of it as an object with these keys. And here we can see we have the value key, which is null. This is very important. This is what we're going to be modifying. And whenever we modify the dot value contained within the key, our modal will be re-rendered. Now Vue has some slightly funny syntax. Sometimes we are going to need to change the value. Other times we can just change the entity directly, but we'll learn about that shortly. But the moral of the story is that now I can come down into our button, and just here I'm setting the selected exercise equal to w.name. So it's the same thing, except now I'm assigning a value to a stateful variable. And so when I now click the question mark, that's why leaning rear delt holds is what shows up. Or for example, if I do cable row, sorry, that one's not wired up yet, scapular pull-ups, we can see I clicked on the question mark for scapular pull-ups, and that is in fact what shows up. Now if we come in here, let's try changing the dot value. So if I now change the value key specifically, we can see we get an error, and that means that we cannot set properties of null. Now, even though the value is associated with the dot value key within the reference, when you're within your template, you can imagine that the ref gets unwrapped. So you're just interacting with the value directly. However, if I were in the JavaScript and let's say I had a function that was called show readelt modal, just like that, and in here I say selected exercise is equal to, what is the name of our exercise? Leaning rear delt holds. Let's do this one. Selected exercise is equal to leaning rear delt holds. And the other thing I do is I now assign this as the on click instead of what we had before. This is just to demonstrate a point. So where's our button? I'm going to get rid of the arrow function we have in here, and I'm just going to assign this directly. Now, if I were to click that, we can see that nothing happens. And that's because we're overwriting the value of the ref. So what we would need to do is if we're inside the JavaScript, then the ref does not get unwrapped. And so since we're inside the script, we now need to access the dot value as if it were the object. So just to summarize that, if we're in the JavaScript, we need to access the dot value of a reference to modify it. If we're inside the template, we can modify the entity directly, and you can imagine it just getting unwrapped so that we have direct access to the value. So now that I've added the dot value key, when I click the question mark, we can see that it's for leaning rear delt holds, and we can prove that it works because it should also happen when I click the scapular pull-ups. Now it should only show the rear delt holds because that's what we encoded, and that's indeed what happens. So that's pretty cool. We now have our first stateful variable, and it is essentially wired to a user interaction. So when a user interacts with our question mark, we update the value associated with a stateful variable. The logic is rerun. Vue recognizes the changes, and it also recognizes that now it needs to change the user interface to show the modal because selected exercise is different. And this is also interesting. Notice once again, case in point, within the template, we just access the selected exercise ref, and it automatically gives us access to the value. So Vue is clever like that. So we don't have to access the dot value key everywhere because that would just be super annoying. But back to how we had it before, we're going to delete that function because we totally don't need it. Come back down to the button with the on click, and I'm now going to set it to an anonymous arrow function, and inside here I'm going to say selected exercise is equal to w.name. Now what I'm also going to do is copy this whole on click attribute to this opening tag because we're going to scroll down to where we have our workout. We have the exact same button, and I'm also going to add it as an attribute to the workout button. So now when I come down, I should be able to click the question mark on cable row, and we can see that the cable row modal comes up. Now just here, we need to be able to close out of the modal, and some of the styles are also being a little bit funny, but we'll deal with them in just a second. The first thing we're going to do is come up to our JavaScript, and beneath both of these things, I'm going to create a function called function handle close modal, just like that. And in here, we're going to say selected exercise dot value is equal to null. So that's essentially going to be like, if you do have a value, while you're not going to have a value for long, as soon as we run this function, it's going to reset it back to its default value, and that will have the effect of closing the modal. And now what we can do is copy this function name, and just here inside the portal, at the bottom, we have a button to close the modal. And so I can add this function as an attribute, a click attribute, so at click to the opening tag equals handle close modal. So now that close modal function is assigned to that button. So if I click question mark on the cable row, when I click this close button, it resets that stateful value, and we're now back to hiding the modal. If I click on scapular pull-ups and close the modal, that is gone. Now we also want that functionality to be associated with the backdrop. So what we're going to do is take handle close modal, and we're going to pass it down as a prop to the portal. But actually we're not going to do that just yet, because that's going to introduce a new concept. First, what we're going to do is get the description working and also make sure that it takes up the full width, because currently, as much as this might be our modal, the inner div, the exercise description div, is not taking up the full width. So we're going to scroll down to all of our styles, and when we come across the exercise grid, or sorry, exercise description just here, the dot exercise description just needs a width property equal to 100%. And so now when I come back, we can see that it takes the full width of the page, and that's perfect. And now we need a description, and we also need to make that text uppercase. Now that text is an H3, so we can just come into the dot exercise description and sub-select the H3, so the H3 within the div with the class of exercise description. We can say text transform capitalize. That should have the effect of capitalizing the header, which is perfect. And now the last thing we need to do is make sure that our exercise description is showing up. Now currently, because we are accessing selected exercise inside of the JavaScript, what do we need to do? We need the dot value. Because this selected exercise, remember we consoled it, it's this random ref thing. So we need to access the dot value key, which is going to be the actual exercise name. And that name is the key that we use to look up the description inside of exercise descriptions. So now if I add the dot value key to selected exercise, we're going to access the associated value. And if I refresh the page and click on scapular pull-ups, we still have nothing. Now there is also a very good reason that is happening, and it's a very performant reason. Vue is very clever for doing this, as much as it might seem like it's a bit of a pain. Whenever we have a variable, remember this is just a traditional variable, but its value is dependent on a stateful ref or a stateful variable, we need to tell Vue to compute it whenever the value associated with the stateful ref changes. So as much as our template or our HTML code knows to re-render whenever its dependencies change, so currently selected exercise is now dependency. Whenever selected exercise changes, it is re-rendered. We need something that is going to have a similar effect in here. And so what we do is we introduce what is known as computed. So we say computed, and we invoke it as if it were a function, and we in here pass in an arrow function. Now I don't need the curly braces at the end, because I'm just going to return a value, and the value I'm going to return from this anonymous function is going to be the value that I want associated to this variable. But it's like a clever variable, because it knows it needs to listen to changes in selected exercise. So it's kind of like a derived value. It's kind of like a computed value. You know, there's different words for this specific feature in different languages. For example, in Svelte, it's known as the derived, and it is kind of derived, but we could also consider it as computed. It's computed based off selected exercise. So computed will also need to be imported from Vue. So we import computed, and now every time the selected exercise ref changes specifically the value associated with the ref, we will recompute exercise description, so it now knows it also needs to listen to those changes. And so what we can do beneath is console.log exercise description. And now when I click the question mark, we can see that the description does in fact come up. And keep in mind that this is the description specifically for the leaning rear delt hold. If I close that and then go for the scapular pull-ups, we have a different description. So it's recomputed whenever the value associated with the stateful ref changes. And if we come over to our console log, we console.log the reference, we can see the value is currently scapular pull-ups. And now that I have console.logged the computed value, we can see it's no longer just a plain old variable, it's a computed variable, and it will now have a whole lot of stuff in there, but the thing we need is the value. And here we have the value. And the only important thing to remember is that this is automatically unwrapped inside of our template, so we don't need to go accessing the .value unless we're in the JavaScript. So if we're in the JavaScript and we wanted to directly access the value, we would just access the .value key. And now if I clear all that and click on leaning holds, or refresh the page, better said, well, that actually doesn't work. And the reason that doesn't work is because we would need to re-execute this, or essentially would need to tell this line to listen to changes in the computed value, or we could throw the console.log in there, but I'm not going to worry about that. Point is, very important learning lesson. Lesson 1 is that whenever we want a user interface or the website to change dependent on a user interaction, we need to tie that user interaction or any state or variables associated with the user interaction. We need it to be a stateful variable, which is just like a traditional variable. We initialize it, at least the left-hand side, like a traditional variable. However, the right-hand side, we invoke a ref. Ref is imported from Vue. We can pass in a default value. It's optional. And now we have a stateful value. And now whenever we modify the stateful value inside of our template code, the user interface is refreshed. And then if we have any sub variables that are dependent on a stateful value, we now need to compute them. And compute basically says, listen for changes. And if it changes, once again, recompute the value and make sure that is reflected on the screen, as is the description. Super important lesson. We're going to see it a whole lot more as we continue coding out this particular project. So now that we have the modal showing up, and that looks pretty good on both screen sizes, and it works for both the exercises and the warm-up and the workout, what we're going to do next is make sure that the modal closes on clicking the underlay. Now that's actually not that complicated. Essentially what we do is we pass down this handle function into the portal. Because if you remember, the portal is where we have this div with the role of button, and it currently has an empty click event. But I somehow want to get the function handle close modal into the portal so that I can then assign it to that underlay. Now, inside of Vue, and also this applies in all JavaScript frameworks, it's very easy to pass information from parent to child. So the parent in this context would be the workout, and the child is the portal because the portal is rendered within the parent. The portal is rendered within the workout. So because we have defined this function in the workout, it is very easy to pass it down to the child. Now there's two parts to this process. One is we give it the information, and the second part is we also tell it to receive the information and specify how we want it to use that information. Now passing it down is actually really simple, and we do it via what's known as a prop. Now a prop is just a property of a tag. So any information we want this tag to have, we specify it as a prop. And I call this kind of prop an attribute style prop, because we add this prop, this property, we specify it as an attribute. Now the other kind of property of the tag is obviously the children content, which is rendered using that slot. This is the children content. So it's the children prop. We're now going to look at the attribute style prop, and they're the two ways of basically adding additional properties to a component. Now for the attribute style prop, what we do is we give it a name. So I could give it the name hello. It could be any arbitrary thing, except for obviously reserved attribute name such as Vite or @click, I could say hello is equal to, and I could say world. So now the portal has an attribute called hello, and we have assigned the string world to that attribute name. Now inside of the portal, that's step one, remember, we give it access to the information, and obviously this information is totally futile, but we'll learn how to use important information in a second. But now that we've given it the information, we now need to tell it to receive it. So what we do is we come into the portal, right here, we come into the script. In the script, it's super important, this is within the script, and we say const. In here we to be fair, I could just say const props is equal to, and I invoke something that's called define props, capital P, and we invoke it. Now this doesn't need to be imported, this is just as is, and this receives an object. Now inside of this object, we enter it down onto some new lines, and what we do is we define the attribute name. So we basically give it an attribute name and we tell it this is what it needs to expect. And if you remember, the name of the attribute was hello, and then we have the colon, and then we specified the data type, and it was a string, so it's a capital string. And so this syntax right here is telling the portal that we need, or we're telling it to expect properties, attribute style props, specifically one called hello, and it's of type string. And now what I could do underneath that is console.log hello, treat it as if it were a traditional variable. And if I refresh the page, we get nothing because the portal isn't rendered. But if I add or click to show or click to assign an exercise name to selected exercise, that will cause the portal to show, and then we would expect to see something showing up. However, it did not. Oh, and that's because I'm a silly muppet. We actually want to console.log props. And so now if I do that again, we can see that props comes up and it contains the key hello. So that is a very important distinction. I lied to you. We can't treat hello as the variable, but what we can do is access it as a key. This essentially defines the props object or the props dictionary. We say it has a key hello, which is going to be a string, and then we can console.log props.hello, for example, and that would now show up with the key world, and we can see up here props is in fact the object with the key hello and the associated value, which is world. That's example one of how we can pass attribute style properties down from parent to child. Now obviously, once again, that's a totally useless example because we don't care about having a string called hello. What we want is a function. So what we do is we copy that function name, and I'm going to label this prop, attribute style prop, handle close modal, just to match the function so it's super clear. I'm going to say it's equal to, and it is now equal to handle close modal. So now what we can do is refresh the page, click the question mark, and we can see just here that we get a warning, and that says that basically we've got more props, but we haven't told the component to expect all of them. So what we need to do once again is come into the portal, have a comma after hello, and now we need to tell it to expect an attribute style prop called handle close modal, colon, and that is going to be a function. So now if I refresh the page, click the question mark, we have an invalid prop type. Interesting. It should be a function. However, if I change it to a string, let's see what happens. Let's do that once more, and I'm just going to change this props to be the generic object instead of just the .hello key. Let's do that once more. Funny, now when I change it to a string, for some reason it worked. How unusual. We can see just here that we have a dictionary. It has the key hello, and the associated value is a string called world, and then we have the key handle close modal, and the associated value is a string called handle close modal. And the funny thing about that is that that's exactly what we did. We passed in a string called handle close modal. And so essentially, when we define an attribute style prop, just like this, we can only pass down static data. We can't pass down anything dynamic, so that pretty much limits you to basic Boolean values or strings or numbers, but you couldn't pass something assigned to a variable or a function name. If you want it to be dynamic, it's important that you have a colon in front of the attribute name. So now that I've changed it to a colon, we can see that this has gone from the green string text to the white function JavaScripty dynamic variable text, which is perfect. I now need to save that, come back into my portal, and I can now change handle close modal to be of type function. So now when I refresh the page and click the question mark, we can see that handle close modal is indeed a function. That little F means that it's a function, which is perfect. And so now what we can do is we can assign props dot handle close modal as the @click event to the backdrop. Look at that, it just worked. Click the question mark, open it up, click the backdrop, and it closes. Amazing. Now, one thing I like to do is instead of having this props.handleClose modal everywhere, I actually like to use the destructuring syntax instead of having props. So instead of having props where we define the variable, I could destructure out hello and handle close modal. And that's going to give me access to them in the JavaScript in addition to in my code, and it saves me from needing to destructure them. Now, one interesting thing to note is that if we were only using the props inside of the template, we actually don't need to destructure them out. So I could get rid of that completely. And the template or Vue is smart enough to unwrap props and give us access to them in here. However, if I wanted to console it, then I would need to more formally destructure it out. So that's just a little shorthand that maybe you want to know about. You don't need to, it's not that important. You can just do it like this and no harm done. And that is absolutely wicked. We now have a modal fully functional, and that is our first interaction with stateful variables and computed values and attribute style props. Next, what we're going to do is rip through these inputs. Also, just before we carry on, if you are looking to develop your full stack skills, I'd highly recommend checking out the full stack course, which is linked in the description down below. If you access it with the link that I provided, you'll get a massive discount on the course. We build 4 amazing projects. My personal favorite is the Small Store, which is a Next.js e-commerce store built with Stripe and FantaCSS and a whole lot of cool projects. But yeah, that is linked in the comments and in the description down below, so be sure to check that out if that sounds interesting to you. So now it is time to get these inputs tied up to some kind of ref or reactive variable. Now, the reason we do this is because if we were to just associate the value of an input with a traditional variable, well, that variable might update when we input information, but it won't be read or registered by Vue. We need reactive variables, and we associate reactive variables with user interactions. For example, when a user is entering information into an input. And what we do is we take this input and we tie its value directly to a stateful variable, which in Vue is the ref. So that's kind of the system we're going to use, and we're going to have one global entity to manage every single input for every exercise in every workout. So it's going to be a pretty cool data structure, and that's the data structure we're going to end up persisting. Obviously, when we render a particular workout, we're only going to have 5 of the, I think it's about 150 total values being modified, but that's all good. That's all we need. Now, in terms of where we create this data structure, well, you'd think it could be in the workout, because this is what we're displaying right here. We're showing the workout. However, we also need access to this information inside the dashboard and consequently inside the grid, because it's this information that allows our grid to figure out what workouts have and have not been completed, and consequently which one is next for the user. So because these are sibling elements, the dashboard and the workout, we need to find the common parent node, which is going to be the app. And if we define the data structure in the app, then we can happily pass it down to the 2 children elements, which is the dashboard and the workout, and then they can both interact with it and it's just one entity defined within the app. So to go ahead and create that, we're going to come into our app, and up here we have the selected display. Underneath the selected display, we're going to go ahead and define a variable called const data is equal to, we're going to invoke the ref, which is how we create the stateful variable inside of Vue. And just underneath where we have all of these component imports, we're going to import curly braces ref space from string Vue. Now what I'm also going to do is define another data entity just in here, and this is going to be called const selected workout. And that's going to be equal to ref, just like that, and I'm going to default it to -1. Now selected workout, currently we've already defined a selected workout inside of workout. However, that actually needs to be defined inside of the app once again, because it needs to be clickable. We essentially have our dashboard which shows all of our workouts. So we need access to this inside the dashboard so we can click a workout, and then we also need access to it inside of the workout itself to figure out what exercises we need to display. So we're just going to initialize this value inside of the app as well. That's going to be set to -1, and the last thing I'm going to do is actually just update selected display to be a ref. So this is also going to be a ref, and that might say 3. Now, that doesn't change anything inside of our template, because remember, the ref is actually an object that has a value key. However, that's only important if we're inside of a JavaScript block, such as inside of the script. If we're inside our template, we can think of these refs being automatically unwrapped, and so we have direct access to the value which has the associated information assigned to it. So it's a perfectly valid syntax to just directly interact with the selected display and check if it's equal to 1, 2, or 3. So if we save that, that shouldn't change anything. We're still showing the same workout, the same display. Excellent. So now that we have data, what we need is to construct our data entity. And this needs to pretty much have, well, let's actually see what it looks like. It's going to be an object. It's going to have all of the keys 1 through 30. And they're going to be associated, or essentially what we're going to do is assign an object to each of them. Now within that object, we're going to have exercise name, colon, and we're going to have a string value assigned to it. And then we're going to do the same for all the rest of the exercises. And so this is going to create 30 workouts where each workout is an object entity that contains all of the exercise names, and the values associated with the exercise name key is going to be the input value. So the default will obviously just be an empty string, but as we change the value in the input, it will automatically update this ref, or this reactive state, this reactive variable. Now Vue has an absolutely phenomenal syntax to do that. We'll see how that works in a second. First, we need to construct this default data. So I'm going to say const default data is equal to an object. Now what we're going to do is go to our workout program, and we're going to loop over every single workout and every single exercise and essentially create those keys inside of our default data and set them equal to a string. And the reason it's so important that we do that is because we need, when we assign dynamically the value of an input to be tied to one of these keys, it needs to exist in advance. If it doesn't exist, our application's not going to be happy. So as long as we do it dynamically, we will always have a space, or essentially a little spot, for the data inside of an input to be saved to. So once we've defined this default data, we're going to say for, invoke a for block, and we're going to say let workout IDX in workout program. And this is going to create a for loop where we iterate over every workout. Now what we're going to do in here is, since every iteration is going to be a brand new workout, we're going to initialize that object inside of default data. So I'm going to say default data, use the square braces to access the key workout IDX, and just set it equal to an empty object. So this is going to initialize the workout data object. Now underneath that, I'm going to have a nested loop. So nested loop to loop over every exercise within a workout and initialize its input value to an empty string. That's what we're going to do here, and we're going to say for let e of workout, or essentially let's create some data just here. So we're going to say const workout data is equal to the workout program at the workout IDX. So we're going to create a local variable called workout data. So if our index is 0, this workout data right here is essentially just going to be this whole object. And then once we have access to that object, now what we can do is map over everything in workout data dot workout. So workout data dot workout is going to be this array just here. So we're going to loop over this array, and then we can access all of the names. So now that we have this nested loop, we can say default data at the workout IDX. So this is going to access the object that we initialize just up here. And then we can access a sub key that is e.name inside of square braces, and we can set that equal to an empty string. And if I come to the bottom of this loop, I can console.log default data inside of my app. And now if I refresh the page, we get an issue that says workout program is not defined, and that's because we need to import it. So I can just say import curly braces workout program space from, and that will be /utils. So now if we go ahead and save that, we initialize default data, and we can see it logs just here. So we have all of our workouts. Every workout has all of the exercises, and currently they're just all blank strings. So that's going to, even if we changed our workouts, the default data would be automatically updated. And now that we have this default data, we can pass it in as the default value for our ref. So we can have default data in there. And now that we have data, we can tie every input to one of these string values. Now the way that we do that is via passing this information down through the props. So what we're going to do is scroll down to our workout just here, and we're going to say :data, because it's a dynamic value, is equal to a string, and just pass in data. And what I'm also going to do is say :selected workout is equal to string selected workout. And so now we're going to pass down these two stateful variables into the workout, so I can now come into the workout. And what we can do is tell this component to expect them. Since we've given it access to attribute style props, or essentially we've created attribute style props for this component, we can come up the top just here, just above where we destructure out workout and warm up, and we can say const props is equal to, we call define props and we invoke it, that takes an object, and in here we pass in the attributes we expect it to receive. So one is data, then we have a colon, and that is of type object, and then we comma, go into a new line, and we also have selected workout, which is of type number. And so now that we have selected workout, what we can do is access it right here. However, the one thing we have to do first is I'm actually going to destructure these values out of props. So instead of having props, I'm going to tell it to expect data and, well, essentially destructure these values out, because the two things just here, this gives us access to these props inside of our template, which is down here. However, if we need it inside of our script, then we still have to actually destructure out the variable names. So now that I have a selected workout, we can see that we have an issue, and that's because selected workout is equal to -1, and that's a problem. So what we're going to do is come back to our main app, and we're going to say workout, where we have this VF display, we're going to show it if we can access the workout index inside of our workout program. So we're going to say workout program (.syntax), that's the optional chaining, and we're going to say selected workout. So essentially what this is going to do is it's going to say only show this component if we have a selected workout that is within our workout program. Now if I go ahead and save that, we should have a blank application. And so the other thing I'm going to do is set my default display back to 1. So now we have our home page. Eventually we'll be able to click begin, and that will take us through our workout. Now for the second, I'm going to change selected workout to 2 so that we actually show a workout. And the other thing I'm going to do is set the selected display equal to 2 as well. No, sorry, 3. So that we don't show these other 2 components. So that should bring us up a workout. Now, inside of our workout, we have access to data. And so what we can do is come down to not our warm-up, but our workout, where we have our workout and we map over essentially all of that information for every exercise. And more specifically, we have our input. What we're going to do here is give this input an attribute called v-model. And that's going to be equal to a value. And whatever we pass in here is going to be the little spot, the little cubby hole where we save all of that information inside of data. So it's going to be data, square braces, selected workout, square braces, widx. Sorry, no, I lie. w.name. Where w is the workout object and one of the fields is the name. And this, if we access data inside of selected workout, if you recall when we had it over here, and then we go to the workout name, is going to be that little string, and that's where we associate, or essentially that's the little string that we're going to tie or have save the value of the input. So if I go ahead and save that, nothing is broken, and now these inputs will all have their values saved within data, and we'll be able to prove that case in point very shortly. So now that we have that working, what I'm going to do is come back to the app and just wire up some buttons. Now the way I'm going to wire up the buttons is by creating 2 functions to essentially select a workout and navigate to a different page. So underneath where we have our refs, we're going to create a function called handle change display. That's going to receive an argument called the IDX or the index, whatever display index we want to show. And inside here, we're going to say selected display.value is equal to the IDX. So because we're inside the JavaScript, we have to access the .value entity, and we assign the index to that stateful variable, and that will re-render the screen. And then I'm going to create a second function, and this is going to be called handle select workout. And that's also going to receive an index as an argument. And inside here, we're going to say set selected display, or sorry, just selected display.value equal to 3 to show the workout, but more importantly, not show the other 2 components. And we're also going to say selected workout dot value is equal to the index. So that's going to be like whatever button we click, whatever workout we click on, make sure that is the selected workout in the state. Now the last function I'm going to create is a save function. So this is going to be called function handle save workout. And essentially this one doesn't receive an argument, but what we're going to do is save the current data snapshot to local storage so that we can retrieve it next time. And then after that, we're going to show the dashboard and deselect a workout. So for saving the data, we're going to interact with local storage, and we're going to say local storage.setItem, and we invoke that method. Now local storage, if you're unfamiliar, is essentially just the browser's database, and it's a NoSQL database. So we essentially just save JSON to it, and we can give that JSON a little label. So the label is the first input to the setItem method, and that's going to be called workout data, or just workouts to be fair. And then the second argument is going to be JSON.stringify. We're going to stringify our data.value object. So we're going to access the value entity of our data stateful reference, stringify that to turn it into basically a big string that contains our object, and we're going to set that to the key item inside of local storage. Now to show the dashboard, we just say selected display.value equal to 2. And to deselect a workout, we're going to say selected workout.value is equal to -1. And that's going to be our default value. And so what I can do now is come up to our selected display, set it to 1 by default. Our selected workout, I can set it to -1 by default. And this is going to be, or essentially make sure our app shows our welcome page first by default, and that we don't have a selected workout. So if I go ahead and save that, we get our home page, and now when I click this begin button, it will take me through to the dashboard. So to make that work, we need to copy this function handle change display and come down to our welcome component. And what we do in here is we give it a prop equal or labeled handle change display, and we assign to it handle change display. And because it's a dynamic entity, we need a colon at the front of the prop name. So that assigns this function to this prop name, and that is a property of the component. And so the next step is to come into the welcome component just here and tell it to receive it. So we come into welcome.view, and inside of the script up the top we say const. And actually in this case we don't need access to the prop inside of the script. We can just directly say define props, pass in the object, tell it to expect the handle change display, have a colon, and say that it's a function, capital F. And what this will do is it basically says expect this component and make sure it's unwrapped and accessible within the template, and we don't need to destructure that out because we don't need to interact with it inside of the script. And so now what I can do, I've got access to this function, is I can come down to my button, the begin button, and I can add an @click event equal to, pass in an arrow function. The arrow function doesn't need the curly braces at the end, and instead we can just invoke handle change display and set it equal to 2. And just doing that should take us to the next page when we click this begin button. So now that we've added that @click attribute to the opening button tag, I can refresh this and I can say begin, and it takes us to our program. Now for the program, what we're going to do is come into the dashboard. Now the dashboard is also going to need to receive a function, except this one's not to change the display, this one's to select a workout. So what we're going to do is come into our app, and here we have handle select workout. So we're going to copy that function name and pass it into our dashboard. So we're going to come down to the dashboard component, have a colon, handle select workout is equal to handle select workout. And now that we've done that, we can come into our dashboard, once again tell it to expect that. So just under our import, we're going to say const props, and in this time I am going to give it props because we're going to need to access this inside of the JavaScript or the script. Const props is equal to define props, invoke that, pass in the object, destructure, or essentially pass in handle select workout to define props, have a colon, and say it's equal to type function. Now the interesting thing about handle select workout just here is that we actually need it inside of the grid. So we need to pass down props. Once again, we need to prop drill. We need to get this function one component deeper. And so what I can do is come to the grid, and instead of destructuring out all of the props to the dashboard component, I can directly pass down the whole prop entity to the grid by saying v-bind. Now this is a special syntax for passing down a load of props instead of them one at a time individually as we've been doing. And we just say v-bind is equal to props, which in this case is an object, and that says pretty much whatever, well, it says exactly, definitively, whatever props are received by the dashboard, pass them down to the grid as well. So what I can do is copy this prop syntax right here from our dashboard, and I can come into our grid, And I can now, underneath our import statement just here, once again have that exact same logic. We've given these props, or we've added the props attribute to the grid, and in here I can now access handle select workout. And handle select workout, we actually don't need the props anymore, so we can just get rid of that. We needed it in the parent because we needed access to the object to pass it down to the child. But now we can just have it directly unwrapped inside of our template, and we can copy that function name, and we can come down to our button, which is iteratively rendered, and we can just say @click equal to arrow function handle select workout, and we pass in the workout IDX as an argument. And that's going to invoke this function to select the workout, and the workout is going to be whatever index it is. So now I should be able to click a workout, and we can see we are brought to page 3 just here, which is perfect. Now, a couple of things are happening. Let's refresh this page and do it all over again. So we begin, let's say push workout 1. So the first thing we see is that our little indexing system is off by 1. That's all good, but that gives us above our bench press, so that's perfect. If we go for the pull day, we get a pull workout, and if we go for a leg day, we get a leg workout. And obviously our modal is working perfectly, so that is all well and good. Now just to reset the app right there, I was refreshing the page. Hopefully soon we won't need to do that because we'll have a better system. But what we're also going to do to this button eventually is give it a disabled effect. To be fair, I might do that right now. Disabled. Disabled is equal to a string. Now, disabled, just adding it like that, is going to disable all of our buttons. And the first thing you'll note is that when they're disabled, they get a weird little shadow, which we actually don't want. So what we're going to do is come down to our grid button, to our CSS inside of the style tags, and we're going to say @grid, the button within the grid, target the disabled state, and give it a box shadow of none. And this is just going to override a FantaCSS style, and so now we've gotten rid of that box shadow, and that's absolutely fine. Now just some other styles I think we should allow is a cursor, colon not allowed. That's pretty important. And I think that's pretty good. So that's gotten rid of our box shadow. Now if they're disabled, we can see we get the cursor not allowed. Now, we need some logic to figure out what workouts are in fact disabled. So what we're going to do is come back into our app where we have access to all of this data. Now just inside here underneath data, obviously data is going to determine what workouts we have and have not completed, and consequently which of these buttons are disabled. So what we're going to do is underneath these 3 entities, we're going to create some computed values. So essentially it's going to be a variable, but the variable value is going to be tied to one of these reactive variables, and consequently we need it to be a computed value so that Vue knows that when the stateful value changes to recompute the secondary variable. So we're going to have 2 just here. The first is actually going to be checking if we have a current workout and if that current workout is complete. So we're going to say const is workout complete equal to computed and invoke computed. Now we're going to have to import computed from Vue, so I'm going to import, or come up to the import line where we have the ref and just add in computed. And now I can scroll back down, and so we've got access to computed, and that takes a function, and inside here we're going to create the curly braces to have some scoped logic. And we're going to say const cur workout is equal to data.value. So that's going to access our data, and we're going to look up the selected workout if there is in fact a selected workout. So what we're going to do is have the optional chaining, so the question mark dot square braces, and we're going to look up selected workout dot value. Dot value needs to go inside the square braces. So this line in here is going to look at our data value, and we're going to look up the selected workout. Now, if selected workout is -1, it's not going to exist, and so this will be undefined. So what we can do is we can say if not exclamation mark current workout, we can just return false because our current workout isn't complete. We don't even have a current workout. And this is known as a guard clause. So we can just have a comment here that says guard clause to exit function. So now if we got past that guard clause, that means that we do in fact have a current workout. And so we're going to say const is complete check equal to, and we're going to check that every exercise within the current workout has a value associated with it. So we're going to say object.values and pass in the current workout, and that's going to take our object and give us an array of all of the values, which would be 5 strings essentially. And now that we have that, we can use the .every method, and we can pass in a function just here that says exercise arrow function, and we can say a double exclamation mark exercise. So what this double exclamation mark does is it essentially converts anything into a Boolean value. So a string, an empty string is a falsy value. So not empty string says true because a false, empty string is false, not empty string true, not empty string means we're actually at false again instead of just having an empty string. So this is like type coercion basically. And what this everything does is it says if every instance and only if every instance completes this check, then isComplete check is going to be true. Otherwise it will be false. And then what we can do is have a console.log that says string isComplete : comma, pass in the isComplete check is the second argument, and then we can just return isComplete check. And so now we're going to have this computed value that's always going to be equal to isComplete check, and because it's computed, it's always going to be recomputed when our data adjusts. So if I go ahead and save that and begin our workout, currently we don't have any completed workouts, but that's all good. The other thing we're going to do in this moment is actually figure out which workouts are complete. And this is going to be a secondarily computed value because once again, it's totally dependent on data. Except instead of also being dependent on the selected workout, it looks at the global data entity. So inside here, we're going to say const first incomplete workout index is equal to computed, and we're going to invoke that. Now the way this is going to work is we're going to go through every workout and we're going to return the index of the first one that's incomplete because that's the current one that the user should be working on. And that might be 0, for example. So computed is once again going to receive an anonymous arrow function. And inside here, we're going to define a variable called const all workouts is equal to data.value. That's going to give us access to all of those different workouts and consequently the objects containing the exercise names and the values associated with those exercise names. And we're going to say if not all workouts, then we're going to just return a guard clause or have a guard clause that says return -1. And that's basically saying, once again, we don't have a selected workout. We haven't even completed any workouts. So we're at the very beginning. Now, if we get past that, we're going to have a loop. And so what we're going to do here is loop over every key value pair and check if the workout is complete or not. So we're going to say for curly braces, const square braces, and we're going to destructure, use array destructuring and structure out the index and the workout. And this is JavaScript. I have a JavaScript course if you want to brush up on your JavaScript. It's going to be linked in the description down below. And after the square braces, we're going to say of and invoke the object.entries, where object is a capitalized object. And we're going to pass in all workouts. Now what this does is this basically for every key value pair, it gives us back the key, and the associated value. So we can essentially destructure both of them out and then access them both in the loop. And then we create the curly braces to have the scoped logic. And what we're going to do in here is say const is complete, and just have the same check we did above. Is complete is equal to object.values, and essentially we're going to look at a particular workout just like we did up here and run this exact same code. So I'm actually going to copy this line, paste it in here, except instead of it being current workout, it's just going to be workout. And now what we can do is we can say if not is complete. So if we've found a workout that isn't complete, then we can just return, and what I'm going to do is pass the integer of the index, because the index inside of the data is actually a string. We want it to be a numeric amount so that we can run numerical operations on it. So that's going to pass that integer value, and if we get through this whole for loop, then we're going to return -1, and that just means that all are complete, which is pretty cool. So if we get back -1 from first incomplete workout, that means that we've done them all. Otherwise, we will find the index of the first incomplete workout, which is where the user should be up to. So now that we have these two computed values, there's a whole lot of stuff we can do. First of all, I'm actually going to come back into our workout. And you know how we have a save and exit button and a complete button? Well, what I'm going to do is make them both functional and just disable the complete button if the workout isn't complete. So since we're in our app, we can take isWorkoutComplete and we can pass it into our workout. So just here I can have colon isWorkoutComplete equal to string and pass in or associate isWorkoutComplete, that computed value to this prop attribute label. And the other thing I'm going to do in here is pass down the handle save workout. So we're going to have colon handle save workout equal to handle save workout, just like that. So that's going to assign the function to the handle save workout key. And now that workout has been given these two extra properties, we can come into workout and destructure them out. So I'm going to come into the workout component. Up the top just here where we have data and selected workout, we are going to destructure both of these values out. So I'm going to comma inside of the defined props and pass in both values. We need to specify their type. So handle save workout is going to be a function. isWorkoutComplete is going to be Boolean. And what we're going to do is we don't need to destructure them out because I actually don't need access to them inside of the logic, but we do need them in the template. They're automatically unwrapped. And so I can pass in handle save workout to our function. So if we scroll all the way down, here we have a save and exit function, and I can just to the opening tag add the @click equals attribute and assign handle save workout. It's that simple. And what we're actually going to do is assign that exact same function to the complete button. Now this is pretty deceptive because technically we don't need both buttons. Saving a workout versus saving a complete workout is the same thing. We're just saving the workout. However, for a user, it feels different. And by pure coincidence, well, maybe it's by design, when we complete the workout, because the data is already saved, the next workout will update, but not because we completed this workout. Technically, the workout is complete from the moment that we complete that last input. Anyway, long story short, the complete button can do the exact same thing as the handle save workout or the save workout button, because our workouts are calculated dynamically. Now, the one thing I'm going to do for the user to make it feel more real is instead of just having two buttons that do the same thing, I'm going to disable one of them. That way we still give the user the satisfaction of clicking that complete button once they've completed all the inputs. So what we're going to do is to the second button that says complete, we're going to have colon disabled equals to what's it called? Is workout complete. So I'm going to copy is workout complete and assign that to the disabled attribute of that button. And so now if I refresh my app, click begin, I can't currently click on a workout, so we're going to actually have to do that first, and then we can prove that that has worked. So inside of the grid, I have disabled all the buttons, so we've added this disabled check. Now what we need to do is make it fully functional. And the way the disabled check is going to work is pretty simple. First, we're actually going to need to pass down first and complete workout index. So we're going to copy that computed value's name. We're going to come down to the dashboard, and we're going to have colon first and complete workout index is equal to first and complete workout index. So we're giving access, or essentially we're passing this data down to the dashboard component via attribute style props. And now that we've passed it down, we've got the colon out the front because it's a dynamic entity. We can come into the dashboard and tell it to receive it. So we come into the dashboard, and just underneath where we have handle select workout of type function, I can comma have first incomplete workout index, and that can be of type number. Now I don't need to destructure it out because I don't need it inside of props, but I do have to tell this component to receive it because it then needs to go down to the grid. Because if you recall, all of these buttons are actually inside the grid. However, we can also use it with this start workout just here. So the way start workout is going to essentially work, we have the start workout button. Instead of the user coming down and figuring out which one they're up to, it's just going to start the appropriate one. So it's essentially the same thing as clicking the most recently available button down here, but it's just a shortcut. So we're going to assign first incomplete workout and handle select workout as a click event to that button. So where we have the button inside of dashboard.view, we can come to the opening tag and say @click equal to function handle select workout and pass in first incomplete workout index. Now the one thing that could go wrong with this function is essentially, what if it's equal to -1? Well, then we actually want to set them equal to 0. So what I'm going to do is make this logic slightly more interesting. And I'm going to have a conditional check, a one-line conditional check using the ternary operator. So we're going to have first incomplete workout index less than 0. That's our condition. Question mark, is it less than 0? If it's less than 0, that means that we haven't started a workout yet. And so we want to set the selected workout index equal to 0, the first workout. Otherwise, what we want to do is set it equal to the first incomplete workout index. So essentially what this is doing is it's checking, here's the check part, this is the conditional statement. If the first incomplete workout index is less than 0, that means we haven't even started. So we need to then return true, or essentially 0. For the true case, we return 0. Otherwise, colon is the otherwise case. Otherwise, it's greater than 0, so we're actually into the workout program, and so whatever the value computed is, that's where we want to be. So that's all good. And now that we have that click event, we should actually be able to circumnavigate these disabled buttons. We haven't started any workouts yet because I've refreshed the app. We have no data, and so start workout takes us to day 00. Now just up here, I actually want to add one to that, otherwise that's going to get confusing. So we're going to come into workout, and up the top where we have the selected workout stuff, I'm actually going to make sure that both instances of selected workout are incremented by 1. So where we have selected workout, I'm going to wrap it inside of circular parentheses and add 1, because adding this string 0, if we don't have the circular parentheses, then this won't work numerically. It'll think that we're adding strings together. So we need to do the numerical operation first by giving it precedence using the circular braces. And then I'm going to copy that circular braces selected workout plus 1 and just do the exact same thing for the other entity. And so that should fix that. So we're on day 1. That is all good. Now, while we're in the workout, we should have access to handle, save workout, and is workout complete, and we should have assigned them. And if I come down, our disabled button isn't working, and that's because I'm a muppet. When we disabled it, is workout complete is currently false, which means that disabled is false. So we need to invert it. So it's only disabled if the workout is not complete. So now if we throw that little exclamation in front of is workout complete on our disabled complete button, it will work. And even cooler, we should be able to check that the inputs are working appropriately by adding values. We can see our is complete is working. When I add a value to this last input, we can see that is complete is now true, and the complete button becomes clickable. And if I were to backspace this, now it's no longer available. So that shows that our v-model is working perfectly on the inputs. Now I should say that there are two ways to tie the value of an input to a variable, but v-model is just going to be the easiest. The old school way is by having an onChange and also a value attribute. So two separate things. But when we're just trying to, like if you have complex onChange logic for an input, then you would use the old school way, which can just be found inside of the docs. Let me see if I can find it. Input. So this is the old school way. We have the value and the at input. Or we can just use v-model. Simple. So you could technically do it either way. We're just doing it the simple way because you can see this is a whole lot less code. If you needed to have custom event handling, you would use this first method. So now that we have a complete button, I should be able to complete it. We can see that local storage is not defined. That's because I'm also a muppet. And local storage should be local capital storage. So where do we have local storage? Inside of handle, save, workout. That should be local storage with a capital S. So now if I refresh that, start the workout, add all the values, eventually we'll have persisted values and complete. We come back to the main page, and if I start the next workout, even though these buttons aren't updating to reflect that, I should actually be in workout 2. I also noticed just here that that little title isn't changing, but more importantly, our complete workout logic is working. It's automatically pushed us to the next workout. If I come over to the developer tools and come into application local storage, we can see we do in fact have our workout data right here. And we can see that for our first workout, we actually have all the values. So that's essentially our database. And let's just make sure that this label is updating appropriately. So that's inside of workout. We obviously hard-coded it to say workout. Oh, here it is, push. So what we want is we want to find the selected workout. All right, so what we're going to do is up the top, just above where we define props, we want to say const workout type is equal to array. Inside here, it's going to be push, comma, the second entry is going to be the string pull, the third entry is going to be the string legs. And now what we can do is copy workout type, and we can come down to where we have hard-coded in the string push on line 43 for me, inside of the H2. And we can say workout type, square parentheses, and access the value at the selected workout, but we want to use the remainder 3. And that's just going to iterate between 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. So if I go ahead and save that adjustment, it now says pull. And if I were to save and exit this workout after only adding 3 inputs, click start workout, it takes me back to the pull workout. We can see that we have persisted our values. And then if I finally complete the app, we should be able to click start workout, and now it takes us to a legs workout. So that is also working perfectly. Now, let's get these buttons working appropriately. So that's going to be inside of grid. Now, grid is rendered with inside of the dashboard. We have the first incomplete workout. That's pretty much all we need. So we can now come into the grid. We've passed it down via the v-bind, which is the shorthand for having a whole lot of attributes. So inside of grid, we can define the props, and we need access to the value. What's it called? Let me find it up here. I'm just going to copy it. We need is workout complete. No, that's the wrong one. It's inside dashboard. We need handle select workout and first incomplete workout. So I'm actually going to copy this whole props entity and come into view and just paste it in here. And we don't need to destructure our props. So we have handle select workout and first incomplete workout index. Now for this disabled checked, we're going to throw a colon in front so that we can throw in some logic inside of the strings. And the logic is pretty simple. We have two checks to make. So we're going to have the double ampersand. Where is it? Double ampersand. And that ensures that we can have two conditions. So one condition and the second condition. The first, it's going to be disabled if workout IDX is greater than 0 and the workout IDX is greater than the first incomplete workout index. Like that. So we have two conditions that determine whether or not the button is disabled. So first up, let's look at the second condition. If the workout index is greater than the first incomplete workout index, that means that this button is way further down the plan. We don't have access to it yet. If the first incomplete workout index did happen to be -1 though, we would want the first button to be enabled. So that's why I have the secondary check. This pretty much says only check workout index is greater than the first entry. So the first button, the first workout will always be available. For every button greater than the first button, or after the first button, we'll run this check to see if the workout that we're up to is before or after the current button. So if I go ahead and save that, now we should see that push is always available. If I click push, I can come in here, save all of these values, complete the workout, and now pull is available. I can click pull, I can come in here, add some of the values, save and exit, and then I can start the workout, and that takes me back into the pull workout. Perfection. We're making huge progress. We're very nearly done. We just have a couple more things to do. So first and foremost is inside of the grid at the very bottom, I want one more button, and that's just to refresh the workout. So inside of the logic, I'm going to say function refresh. Actually, no, I'm going to define it inside of the app. We want one more button that looks exactly the same. So underneath where we've got this iteratively rendered button, I'm going to have one more button just here. And this is going to say reset. Pretty straightforward. I might even, well, actually I will. I'm going to give it a class of card-button and plan-card. Now reset is going to actually be a paragraph. We're going to have a paragraph that says reset, and then underneath that we're going to have a Font Awesome icon. So I'm going to come over to Font Awesome icons, and I'm going to look for the reload. I think it's the reload icon just here. Maybe it's the refresh. Is it refresh or reset? Where's the reset? Why are these all going the wrong way? Reset. Surely that gives me the one I'm looking for. Okay, never mind. We're just going to go for the refresh. Close enough. So just here we have the arrow rotate right. Now I'm going to click on that and copy that entity, and I'm going to paste it just in here, and I'm going to hope that I can say arrow rotate left. And now we have this extra little button right here. And what I'm also going to do is give it some special styles. So I think plan card is going to be changed to plan card-reset. That's the class on this final button. And I'm going to come down here just where we have the plan card. And I'm going to say, well, we have the .plan card style. I'm going to say comma .plan-card-reset. And then directly underneath that, I'm going to say .plan-card-reset. and just give it an align items of center and a justify content of center and a gap of 1 rem. And that gap is way too big. And to be fair, what I might actually just do is change my mind on that completely. Sorry for my indecisiveness. And just give it a display of flex and keep the default orientation row and just have its own style. And so now we have a reset button, and clicking this reset button is going to refresh the whole plan. Now the way we're going to deal with this button is we're going to come into the app and eventually define a function that's going to reset the data, essentially. Big news. But first we can actually tell this component to expect it. So it's going to be called handle reset plan, and that's going to be of type function. And what I can do is assign this to this button down the bottom. And so we can say at click equal to handle reset plan. And what I'm also going to do is add a disabled. Now, if you recall, is incomplete workout index, if we've completed everything, it has a value of -1. And so what we're going to do is we're going to say :disabled equals to first incomplete workout is equal to -1. Sorry, not equal to -1. So if this value is not equal to -1, that means we haven't completed all the workouts, and so this is disabled. So if I go ahead and save that, we now have this disabled button down the bottom that we can't click. However, eventually, if it weren't disabled, we would reset all of our data. So now we've told it to expect this function. We haven't actually created this function. So let's jump into our app and define it. Now, the reason I'm defining it inside the app is because that's where we have access to our data. So I'm going to copy that function name, come into our app, and just underneath where we have handle save workout, I'm going to create a function called handle reset plan. And that's going to set, or say selected display is equal dot value is equal to 2. Selected workout dot value is equal to -1. Data dot value is equal to default data, reset the data state, and we're going to say local storage dot remove item workouts. And so this function is just going to completely reset our plan so that we are back to the beginning. And now what I can do is copy that function name since we have created it and come down to the dashboard and just say handle reset plan is equal to handle reset plan. And because the dashboard, we pass down props straight into the grid will automatically have access to that plan. And I'm a muppet because when I defined that function, I forgot the little circular parentheses we need to tell it to expect arguments. We're almost done. We just have a couple more things and then we're going to deploy the application. So we're making huge progress. Now, the last thing we're missing, we've got all of the inputs, we've got all of the tracking. That's pretty much everything. We just need to read data on page load so that it is persisted forever. In addition to one other thing. We'll do the other thing first. Inside of workout, between the warm-up and the workout, we need the workout grid line. And for some reason, that's not showing up for us. And that's because we didn't style it. So just here on line 120 for me, underneath where we tell the workout grid line to span all the columns, we're going to say .workout-grid-line. We're going to give it a margin of 0.5 rem vertically and 0 horizontally, a height of 3 pixels, a border radius of 2 pixels to have slightly rounded edges, and a background value that's going to be a variable. So we're going to invoke variable and pass in the FantaCSS variable value of --background -muted. So that should on our workout give us a nice little line just in here, which was very necessary to split up our warm-up and our workout. Now we can do the last thing, which is on page load read saved data. Now we're lucky, we don't have a huge amount of data. So what we can do is just say on mount. And I actually lie, it's on mounted. Now, the event, when the page mounts, that means the application is loaded. And that's when we want to read the local storage database and fetch all of the data. So first what we're going to do is import onMounted from Vue. So we're going to throw it in this little import line right here. And now we invoke onMounted, and onMounted takes an arrow function. And there's actually 3 ways you could kind of do this inside of Vue. Well, 2. You can use onMounted, which is specifically for the mounting. You could use watch effect, which is another event listener. It listens for events to happen. However, it has dependencies. So any logic within the callback function that is passed as an argument is essentially, a dependency. So it's dependent on those values, and every time those values change, the code block is re-executed. However, because we know specifically what event we need, which is the mounting event, we can use the onMounted. And this little callback function is the code that's going to get executed when our page mounts. So inside here, I could say console.log page has mounted. Nice. So now if I come back to my app and refresh the page and have a look at the console, page has mounted. And it runs when the page loads. Now we obviously don't need that console, so what we're going to do is first add in a guard clause that says if not local storage, return, because we can't access local storage if it's not there. And then after that, we're going to say if local storage.getItem, we invoke the getItem method that looks into local storage, and we pass in the key to look for. And we say look for workouts key. That's the key that we're saving our workout data to. If this getItem returns something, that means that that if block is going to be true. If we don't get an item back, we'll get undefined, and then we will not enter this if block. So this pretty much says only enter the if block if we find some data saved to the key workouts in local storage database. And inside here, I can just say const saved data is equal to local storage.getItem. I can get the workouts item, and if you recall, we saved it as JSON, so now we need to pass it to an object. So I wrap that inside of circular parentheses, and I say JSON all uppercase .pass. And that's going to give us access to our saved data. And then I can say data.value is equal to saved data. So we're going to take the saved data, set it equal to our active data, or essentially overwrite our active data, which would just be the default data. And then underneath that, because we have found something, if a user is coming to the app and we find data, we don't want them sitting on the welcome screen, which is the default screen. We're going to take them straight to the dashboard. So we're going to say selected display.value is equal to 2. And this is just going to be essentially say, if they have data, then we don't want them landing on the load or the welcome screen every time they enter the app. Relatively straightforward. And so now when I refresh the page, notice how we're not landing on the welcome screen. We're always coming to the dashboard. Now to prove that all of this is working, let's jump into the workout and complete number 1. Going to add in all those values, complete that workout. We have now unlocked day 2. And if I refresh the page, day 2 is still there. Magic. And what I could do, let's just check that start workout is working. That is indeed working. I could come into my application inside of the developer tools, and I could clear workouts. I could right click on workouts and delete it. And now when I refresh the page, since we don't have any data, I would expect to see the welcome page. And that's exactly what happens. So if I begin the workout and I have some data, like I do, and save that, we're officially always going to be re-welcomed to the dashboard, and we can get straight into our workouts, which is perfect. Congratulations, you have officially completed the development of our application. Let's go ahead and deploy this Goliath project. Now to deploy it, you're going to need a GitHub account. If you haven't created one, the link to GitHub is available in the description down below. Now if you're also new to GitHub, well, essentially you'll need Git. Now I use what's known as Git Desktop. That's also going to be linked in the description down below. If you don't have it, you can just look it up on Google GitHub Desktop, download it and connect it to your GitHub account. And you'll get a window that looks a little bit like this. And once we have opened this window, we are going to click on this little arrow over here and click Add a Repo, Add Existing Repo. We're going to choose a repo and we're going to find our Vue full course project. And then we're going to click Open, which is just behind my head, right there. So now I'm going to click Open, and we get told that there is no GitHub repo here, so we're going to click this little Create a Repo button, initialize it with a README, that's super important, and give it a description. So just here we're going to say Learn Vue or Beginner Vue.js course for beginners dash or poll character learn Vue.js by building a workout training plan app. Fire emoji. You can kind of give it whatever description you want. This is specifically for the course. You may have named the repo something else. It doesn't really matter. And then what we're going to do is click the create repo button. That's going to create or essentially modify that folder so that it is in fact a GitHub repo and then publish it. I'm going to not keep this code private, so it's going to be public, and I'm going to publish the repo. And you can confirm that it has worked because you will be able to come over to the GitHub repo right here. So we can come to my account, your profile. If you haven't followed me, lots of cool code, I'd recommend following me. And once again, if you haven't already started the course, it'd be greatly appreciated if you could start the Vue.js full course, which is linked in the description down below. And now that we have all of our code here, we can go ahead and deploy this application to the internet. Now we upload it to GitHub because we get the deployment software, which is going to be Netlify, to deploy our code base and fetch it through GitHub. So we can come over to Netlify. Now Netlify allows you to deploy applications for free to the internet, linked in the description down below. Click Login, create an account if you don't already have one. And what we do is we come into Sites. This is the home page, and we click Add a New Site. And just in here, we import an existing project. It says let's deploy your project with. We want to go with GitHub because that's where our code is. You might have to do some authentication like I'm going to just here to basically connect your two accounts. And then what you'll do is scroll down, and depending on how you've configured it, if you can't find your project inside of this list just here, you'll have to click Configure the Netlify app on GitHub. Then what you can do is come over to the setting page, scroll down, and I have repo access to only selected repos. So I just need to basically give it access to the Vue.js full course, click Save, and now I should be able to search for Vue full course and that will show up for me. We're going to select that option, give it a site name. I'm going to steal Smallgram. It's available for me. It's unique. You'll have to be a bit more creative. If you're going to change the name of your site, be sure to change it inside of the code base, specifically inside of the layout. Change the name just here, and also inside of the index.html just here. Change the title of your app. Share your application with me on LinkedIn. When it is done, tag me in it. I'd absolutely love to see it. Make sure you make some modifications to it as well. Add your own personalizations. We're not done yet though. And now that we have the site name, scroll on down and we're going to click to deploy Smallgram. Now we wait. While we're waiting, if you haven't already subscribed, make sure you smash the subscribe, the like button. And once again, if you want to build the ultimate portfolio of cool web projects, full stack development projects, be sure to check out the full stack course linked in the description down below. It's really well reviewed. People absolutely love it. Make sure you go and check that out if that sounds interesting to you. Now our application is deployed. Cross your fingers, click on the app. Boom. We now have our Vue application live on the internet. This is a link that you can share with your family and friends. We can begin, start a pull workout, add in all of our workouts, complete these workouts, refresh the page. All of our data is still there. We can just start a workout. And not only that, you can go and get shredded with all of this cool information. You guys are legends. Thank you for sharing this mighty great adventure into the realm of Vue with me. Smash the like and subscribe buttons. Let me know in the comments down below if you've enjoyed this course, and I'll catch you guys later. Peace. Learning to code? If so, be sure to check out the Learn to Code roadmap or dive straight in with these videos. That's a good one.